即係因為我試完，即係譬如試完嗰個造型啦，因為其實即係因為我試完，即係譬如試完嗰個造型啦，因為其實即係因為我試完，即係譬如試完嗰個造型啦，因為其實即係因為我試完，即係譬如試完嗰個造型。
好睇嘅咧？你點解諗到佢加笑係好睇嘅咧？
都係試出嚟咯，即係因為我試完，即係譬如試完即係因為我試完，即係譬如試完嗰個造型啦，因為其實嗰個造型係點嚟咧？除咗佢漫畫係長頭髮之外咧，我試完，即係譬如試完嗰個造型啦，因為其實嗰個造型係點嚟咧？因為其實嗰個造型係點嚟咧？除咗佢漫畫係長頭髮之外咧，我就想做不如試下老夫子嗰啲衰人咯。我就想做不如試下老夫子嗰啲衰人咯。老夫子啲衰人都係咁啊，長頭髮咁喇叭褲咁，長頭髮咁喇叭褲咁我咪試下咯。佢又幾瘦喎，咁我咪試下咯。佢又幾瘦喎，跟住我再叫佢哋，喂，你單把遮。跟住我再叫佢哋，喂，你單把遮，即係叫做講得錯喎啲嘛，即係叫做講得錯喎。啲嘛，即係咁咩？咁就擔住把遮喎，都幾好。咁咩？咁就擔住把遮喎，都幾好。跟住話，喂，你笑嚟睇下，即係慢慢去摸。
你用記咩係點笑啊？都係叫你用記咩係點笑啊？都係叫你。
我最初我唔係幾明白呢個 direction 嘅，
即係做咩嘢？即係喺度，
因為其實咁啊開始笑啦。咁開頭嗰啲係好例牌啲㗎，就癲啲。我仲癲啲咩？即係仲癲啲咩意思先？仲癲啲咩？即係仲癲啲咩意思先？咁我咪不停咁去做啦，咁係呢個啦。咁係咁啦。係啊。咁你起碼即係我覺得導演係導演員導好嘅。我覺得導演係導演員導好嘅，即係佢俾個 direction 你會去喺嗰度發掘你點樣去做嗰個角色咯。咁你點樣去做嗰個角色咯？
咁你而家講唔講得翻？笑唔笑得翻嗰個啦？一笑就笑翻嚟嗰個。
呢排成日都笑啊，唔知
大家見到就想。
你一戲裏邊我自己印象最深嗰個，你一戲裏邊我自己印象最深嗰個對白咧，係你攞住把機關槍追住人哋射嗰個咧，係你攞住把機關槍追住人哋射嗰個咧，你話咁敏捷係咪？
現場爆嘅。
係咪現場爆？我就係想問一個問題，因為劇本係唔會寫到呢啲。因為劇本係唔會寫到呢啲對白。係啊，冇啊。黃好啱黃文敏捷呢兩個字咧。係啊，冇啊。黃好啱黃文敏捷呢兩個字咧。係啊，冇啊。黃好啱黃文敏捷呢兩個字。係啊，冇啊。黃好啱黃文敏捷呢兩個字咧，即係我哋都係唔會講敏捷㗎嘛。係啊。咁敏捷係咪？好啱黃狗講啊！好啦，證實咗真係開心。係現場爆出嚟。係現場爆嘅。係現場爆出嚟，現場爆出嚟。阿大哥同阿 Philip 就其實已經合作過好幾次啦，係咪？好似你曾經替過大哥替身，好似你曾經替過大哥替身添㗎。
我唔知記唔記得嗰時做猛龍，我唔知記唔記得嗰時做猛龍有個後空翻嘅動作，咁啊就有個後空翻嘅動作，咁啊就替咗啊。
就着多啲。佢
有套衫俾我嘅，
係就着多啲，佢
有套衫俾我嘅，係即係聽到上個頭就好實，即係聽到上個頭就好實。
嗱，咁今次就去到對打啦，即係你同個大哥有一場啦，同阿古生又有打啦，同阿古生又有打啦，係咯。咁大哥係你偶像嚟㗎嘛？你講過好，咁大哥係你偶像嚟㗎嘛？你講過好多次大哥你偶像，同大哥對打壓力大唔大？又驚唔驚大哥打親你，或者你打親大哥咧？
嗱，我就冇咩壓力嘅，因為我記得我第一次同阿大哥，因為我記得我第一次同阿大哥打，你唔知記唔記得啦？咁啊，套戲叫做Lingq Soldier 好似，咁啊套戲叫做Lingq Soldier 好似直升武器咁啊，咁中國武器。咁我第一次我入行冇幾耐嘅，跟住我係同阿大哥大打。咁我第一次我入行冇幾耐嘅，跟住我係同阿大哥大打，我唔會喎，嗰時好驚嘅。咁我記得咧，因為你緊張嗰陣時咧，有時表演得唔係咁好噶嘛。咁我好記得有一下就係我要低頭嘅。咁我好記得有一下就係我要低頭嘅。咁啊跟住即係佢嗰個個頭，跟住咁啊跟住即係佢嗰個個頭，跟住好似我唔記得低頭啊。咁啊大哥就揞低個打，咁啊大哥就揞低個打，再掹翻起我，跟住向翻鏡頭 cut， 跟住我得唔得嘅咧？睇翻，咦？
O K，即係自己做，
好似自己做，好似好勁咁啊！所以好似自己做，好似好勁咁啊！所以其實即係唔會有擔心嘅。咁啊， 就想自己做好啲咯。
劇透都唔怕啦，有一場就你做瓜啊大老闆，一場就你做瓜啊大老闆噶嘛，嗰啲箍喺度頸啊嘛。我聽到有人講係話，大哥大話喂一個圈唔夠喎，大哥大話喂一個圈唔夠喎，大哥大話要夠唔夠喉喎，要大哥大話要夠唔夠喉喎，要加多啲力水喎，係嘛？
可唔可以講啊？即係有啲嘢 cut 走咗嘅，有啲嘢 cut 走咗嘅。大哥有個 idea 幾好嘅，出嚟幾殘忍，出嚟幾殘忍，即係佢擺隻手指公喺度，即係佢擺隻手指公喺度，
後尾就戒斷咗嘅。手指公係啊，後尾就戒斷咗嘅。手指公係啊，其實成個 idea 都係林柏前大哥突然間，其實成個 idea 都係林柏前大哥突然間將喂鐵線箍死我得唔得啊？喂鐵線箍死我得唔得啊？跟住我話得喎，跟住諗到要箍斷咗隻手指啊！大哥伸隻手指上去頂住嘅，點知佢再扭下砰！點知佢再扭下砰！手指都斷埋嘅。不過我哋手指都斷埋嘅。不過我哋就
拍咗，但係得咗。如果唔係就真係血。
好開心㗎！
對你嚟講真係
好開心喎！你感覺到嗰個力咁你真係 picture 到嗰個力啊嘛！你感覺到嗰個力咁你真係 picture 到嗰個力啊嘛！大哥，
但係點解呢度要覺得狠啲啊？大哥，但係點解呢度要覺得狠啲啊？即係大老闆呢個角色咁重要，即係大老闆呢個角色咁重要，有個咁樣嘅反骨仔做瓜，你都要有個咁樣嘅反骨仔做瓜，你都應該要去到咁實淨嘅、咁狠嘅嘢。
大老闆做嘢都咁狠啦，
係
呢個嘢係傻嘅，佢做唔呢個嘢係傻嘅，佢做唔肯，應該就係盡量肯，應該就係盡量肯去搞掂我。因為如果真正嚟講咧，佢未必可以搞掂我。佢未必可以搞掂我。就係嗰剎那嗰個時間啊，佢困住我，箍住我，
即係得
佢困住我，箍住我，
即係得個機會。
係啦，所以嗰個力俾人感覺係啦，所以嗰個力俾人感覺呢個嘢殺呢個大老闆係幾呢個嘢殺呢個大老闆係幾狠嘅，
搏晒命，
搏晒命嘅，
搏晒命得呢鋪嘅啫。如果唔係得呢鋪嘅啫，如果唔係就佢瓜老襯。
咁啊，同埋嗰個手指嗰個力，我係想俾觀眾知道佢個力，我係想俾觀眾知道佢個力。係。一路鐵線穩住呢個，我頂住呢條鐵線，佢吞，啪隻手指就斷咗，佢吞，啪隻手指就斷咗，跟住呢條頸，咔仲即係咁樣，即係嗰個力量同力度，即係嗰個力量同力度去加埋自己條頸，佢點樣承受到呢條鐵線先咁樣？佢點樣承受到呢條鐵線先咁樣？
咁係因為係俾觀眾 sampling 睇過啊，因為係啲投資者覺得唔好啦，因為啲投資者覺得唔好啦，因為投
資者嗰陣時已經擔心呢個，因為幾下我哋都剪走咗，即係譬如呢隻手指啦，譬如魚蛋妹阿媽咧，阿朱康咧，譬如魚蛋妹阿媽咧，阿朱康咧，我哋真係拍咗去兜面掟咗落街，我哋真係拍咗去兜面掟咗落街。就
嗰個環境啱晒你啦，
係啊，喺條窄巷度講唔就落咗去㗎，後尾睇哇咁樣，大家睇完就哇咁啊，得唔得㗎？即係咁啊，好似大哥。
How's it going, dude? The TA. How's it going, man? Good. Starting the stay strong. Just doing daily language learning. It's always nice. Do you happen to be a Lingq user or someone that's passing by? It's my first time seeing you here. Oh, that's awesome, man. Great to have you. How you like Lingq so far? 10K is actually pretty good. You can do a lot with 10K. I like Lingq a lot. I just wish the imports had better transcripts and less word save errors. I mean, transcripts as in like the accuracy of words, or what does that mean in this context? I can imagine though, because if you're importing from YouTube, then it could be pretty accurate most of the time. Okay. Well, it's if you're grabbing from automate generated content, then it's already doing pretty decent because it's only grabbing what exists. But in terms of accuracy, you can't do much about it. That's a YouTube problem to blame. False words. Yeah, it all depends what YouTube has. If it's like subtitles that already exist, then it's doing what it's intended. But for auto generated, yeah, it's probably false. But probably 95% accuracy, right? The 5% not too bad. You get what you get. Hi, immersion. Oh, you got a new profile picture. Awesome. Glad you can make it. Just another chill, quiet session as usual. Nothing different.
欢迎来到 Mandarin Corner 的播客节目，我是艾琳。说到中国啊，可能很多人会首先联想到它的14亿人口以及它世界第一人口大国的称号。然而，在最近的一次人口普查之后，媒体呢又开始纷纷报道这令人担忧的新生儿出生率下降的问题。作为应对手段，政府也出台了3胎政策。
Oh, you moved to France. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. You're on survival mode, man. You have no choice but to learn the language to the max potential. All right, man. I wish you luck, though. Yeah, you need those words and a lot of listening.
关于这个话题，我们也做了一期。作为应对手段，政府也出台了3胎政策。 关于这个话题，我们也做了一期街头采访，询问普通中国人对这个政策的看法。感兴趣的可以点击下面的链接去观看。那么问题来了，既然中国人口已经这么大了，为什么我们还会担心出生率下降呢？而年轻人又为什么不愿意结婚生孩子呢？参与到今天的话题讨论的嘉宾呢，是已经和大家见过面的，但是也许有一些人还没有看过他之前的播客，所以我们再次请到他来跟大家打个招呼。
Hello，大家好，我是怡菲，很高兴再次来到 Mandarin Corner 与艾琳来进行对话。
今天我们要讨论的就是关于中国人口出生率下降的这个问题。那首先呢，请你来跟大家说一下中国过去10年的这个人口出生率的情况是怎么样的？
好的。在此之前，我们可以先大概了解一下出生率的计算方式。那出生率指的就是在一个特定地区的某一个特定时间内，通常情况下是1年，平均每1000个人中出生人口所占的比率。那说到中国的具体情况，就是首先在90年代以前，中国的人口出生率一直是保持在20%以上的，在60年代初甚至达到了40%左右。也就是说，有1000个人中就有40个人出生，这其实是相当高的。因为2019年世界人口出生率排名前5的国家都在40%以上，因为2019年世界人口出生率排名前5的国家都在40%以上。但是在2000年左右的时候呢，人口出生率就降到了12%，并且在2020年首次跌破了10%，到达了8.5%。2021年更是跌到了7.5%，这是建国以来的最低。也就是说，2021年平均每1000个人中只有不到8个人出生，最低。也就是说，2021年平均每1000个人中只有不到8个人出生。这个真的是远远低于世界平均水平，世界平均水平是18.5%。中国目前的人口总数是14亿多人，这是世界第一，所以8.5。中国目前的人口总数是14亿多人，这是世界第一，所以我们可能就会觉得，那为什么还要担心人口出生率低这个问题？但是在2021年，中国的人口除去当年死亡的人数，只增长了48万。要知道，在2000年到2018年之间，中国人口净增长数一直是保持在600万到1000万之间的，所以48万是非常非常非常低的。
说到48万的时候还没有什么概念，但是你说到600万到1000万，跟48万真的相差好大哦。那这么低的这个你说到600万到1000万，跟48万真的相差好大哦。那这么低的这个出生率到底意味着什么呢？
它其实意味着，如果出生率按照目前的这个趋势持续下降呢，中国
意味着什么呢？
它其实意味着，如果出生率按照目前的这个趋势持续下降呢，中国未来可能很快会进入人口负增长的问题，就像日本那样。加上由于老年人口的规模和比例在不断的扩大，日本那样。加上由于老年人口的规模和比例在不断的扩大，中国自从2002年进入老龄化社会后，已经在2021年进入了深度老龄化社会。也就是说，现在有14%的人口是65岁及以上的老年人。
就现在已经是这样子了，对吗？
对的。
你刚刚有提到日本其实日本也算是比较出名的，就是他们的出生率也很低嘛那对比日本，我们的出生率又是如何呢？
首先我们可以来大概说一下他们的相似点。那相似的情况是，随着经济的增长和人口受教育水平的提升，出生率整体是呈下降的情况，而且中国很有可能像日本那样，未来的出生率会长期保持在一个过低的水平。那有一点不同的是关于下降的速度。日本的人口出生率从11%下降到8.5%左右，用了15年的时间，而中国只用了3年。
All right, man. Enjoy your study session. Stay well. Yeah, no problem. Join anytime.
所以这个是远比日本的情况要迅猛得多。
前面我们也讲过中国是人口第一大国嘛。那既然现在我们要讨论到它人口下降这个问题，
và nó đang len lỏi vào, đang lem vào và nó đang len lỏi vào những cái mảng và những đang lem vào và nó đang len lỏi vào những cái mảng và những cái nhánh khác của xã hội ra sao, và từ đó mọi người nhánh khác của xã hội ra sao, và từ đó mọi người phát triển được bản thân mình qua cái gọi là interdisciplinary, gọi là liên ngành nghề, nên là qua cái gọi là interdisciplinary, gọi là liên ngành nghề, nên là nhiều khi em hay tự hỏi bản thân mình là tại sao phải một nghề, khi em hay tự hỏi bản thân mình là tại sao phải một nghề cho chín mà chúng ta không thể nào chín hết cả 9 nghề. Tức là em hay nói vui là 9 nhân 9 là 81. Em đã từng có một ấp ủ là mình sẽ làm một cái podcast có tên là 9 nhân 9. 9 nhân 9 đây là số 9 nhân với lại chữ 9. Có nghĩa là làm sao để mà bạn có 9 cái knowledge hay là 9 cái sở trường mà những cái đó bạn knowledge hay là 9 cái sở trường mà những cái đó bạn cũng hướng cho nó chín mùi, cho nó gọi là ra hoa kết trái và bạn trở thành người chín mùi, cho nó gọi là ra hoa kết trái và bạn trở thành người expert trong lĩnh vực đó. Bởi vì cái ngành nghề của mình nó đang lem vào và nó đang len lỏi vào những cái mảng và cái nhiều khi em hay tự hỏi bản thân mình là tại sao phải một nghề cho chín mà chúng ta không thể nào chín hết cả 9 nghề. Tức là em hay nói vui là không thể nào chín hết cả 9 nghề. Tức là em hay nói vui là 9 nhân 9 là 81. Em đã từng có một ấp ủ là mình sẽ làm một cái podcast có tên là 9 nhân 9. 9 nhân 9 đây là số 9 nhân với lại chữ 9. Có nghĩa là làm sao để mà bạn có 9 cái knowledge hay là 9 cái sở trường mà những cái đó bạn cũng hướng cho nó knowledge hay là 9 cái sở trường mà những cái đó bạn cũng hướng cho nó chín mùi, cho nó gọi là ra hoa kết trái và bạn trở thành người expert trong lĩnh vực đó. Bởi vì em nghĩ là về kiến thức thì mọi người hay chia làm là hoặc là bạn làm generalist hoặc là bạn làm specialist. Có nghĩa là hoặc là bạn đi theo kiểu là bạn biết rất là rộng nhưng mà mỗi cái thì bạn sẽ biết trên mặt, hoặc là bạn biết rất là rộng nhưng mà mỗi cái thì bạn sẽ biết trên mặt, hoặc là bạn sẽ là specialist, bạn đào sâu. Nhưng mà em nhớ có một cái bài nghiên cứu của một specialist, bạn đào sâu. Nhưng mà em nhớ có một cái bài nghiên cứu của một đại học bên Mỹ và nói rằng là cái xu hướng của thế giới bây giờ là ngoài cái việc chúng ta đặt những dấu chấm thì chúng ta còn phải biết cách kết nối. Việc chúng ta đặt những dấu chấm thì chúng ta còn phải biết cách kết nối những dấu chấm đó lại, connect the dots. Và vì cái sự connect the dots đó nó mới tạo ra được tri thức mới. Và do đó bây giờ em có nghe tạo ra được tri thức mới. Và do đó bây giờ em có nghe một cái cụm gọi là kiểu chuyên gia kiểu cây lược. Có nghĩa là chuyên gia kiểu cây lược. Có nghĩa là nó sẽ sâu xong nó lan ra và nó sâu xuống và nó lan ra nó sâu xuống nữa. Em muốn trở thành người như vậy. Em có một khát khao là mình hơi tham. Em muốn trở thành người như vậy. Em có một khát khao là mình hơi tham nhưng mà mình rất muốn trở thành một người mà mình có thể biết được nhiều thứ, nhiều sở trường khác nhau và mỗi cái mình cố gắng mình đào sâu cùng nhiều thứ, nhiều sở trường khác nhau và mỗi cái mình cố gắng mình đào sâu cùng song song một lúc và không để nó chỉ là ở trên mặt.
Và liệu cái việc mà trở thành cây lược
không để nó chỉ là ở trên mặt.
Và liệu cái việc mà trở thành cây lược nó có cái giá nào phải trả không? Chị luôn nghĩ trong lúc em kể thì em nghĩ là nó có cái giá nào phải trả không? Chị luôn nghĩ trong lúc em kể thì em nghĩ là nó có cái giá nào phải trả không? Chị luôn nghĩ trong lúc em kể thì em nghĩ là thế thời ông bà bố mẹ mình họ có nhìn thấy các cái ngõ nhỏ ngách nhỏ hay không? Thế thời ông bà bố mẹ mình họ có nhìn thấy các cái ngõ nhỏ ngách nhỏ hay không? Điều gì đã thay đổi qua năm tháng?
Cũng rất là khó nói, là không biết là ngày đó ông bà mình có nhìn thấy ngõ nhỏ ngách nhỏ không, nhưng em chắc chắn một điều là ông bà mình nếu có thấy thì cũng sợ ngách nhỏ không, nhưng em chắc chắn một điều là ông bà mình nếu có thấy thì cũng sợ nó là một cái nơi, một cái ngõ cụt, sẽ rất là sợ đi vào đó là mình sẽ không có đường, sợ nó là một cái nơi, một cái ngõ cụt, sẽ rất là sợ đi vào đó là mình sẽ không có đường ra, và một con đường rộng thênh thang và nhiều người đi thì đường ra, và một con đường rộng thênh thang và nhiều người đi thì vẫn an toàn hơn. Giống như chị nói về bản năng sinh tồn thì em nghĩ nó cũng là giống như chị nói về bản năng sinh tồn thì em nghĩ nó cũng là một dạng về sinh tồn. hãy chọn chỗ đông người mà đi. Đang sinh tồn thì em nghĩ nó cũng là một dạng về sinh tồn. Hãy chọn chỗ đông người mà đi, an toàn hơn. Lỡ may mà đêm có xuống và mịt mù ở phía trước thì chúng ta vẫn còn những người chúng ta có thể bám được. Chọn con đường mà nó cô đơn quá thì cảm giác rất là nguy hiểm. Thật ra chọn con đường mà nó cô đơn quá thì cảm giác rất là nguy hiểm. Thật ra em nghĩ nhìn lại ông bà hay ba mẹ mình, em nghĩ là cái cảm giác đôi khi không phải là sợ con mình thất bại mà sợ con mình cô đơn. Em luôn có cảm giác là như mẹ em làm gì thì mẹ em cũng sẽ quy về chữ cô đơn. Con đường của em chọn mẹ em làm gì thì mẹ em cũng sẽ quy về chữ cô đơn. Con đường của em chọn mẹ em làm gì thì mẹ em cũng sẽ quy về chữ cô đơn. Con đường của em chọn hành trình của em đi, người bạn đời của em, tất cả mọi thứ em thấy là em thấy là mọi thứ là mẹ đều có thể quy về chữ cô đơn. Mọi thứ là mẹ đều có thể quy về chữ cô đơn. Và đối với mẹ thì cái người duy nhất mà có thể giúp con không bị cô đơn đó chính là mẹ. Thì về bản năng sinh tồn thì không phải là không nhìn thấy những ngách đó nhưng mà rất là sợ con. Không phải là không nhìn thấy những ngách đó nhưng mà rất là sợ con mình đi vào những ngách đó bị cô đơn. Và không phải là không nhìn thấy những ngách đó nhưng mà rất là sợ con. Không phải là không nhìn thấy những ngách đó nhưng mà rất là sợ con mình đi vào những ngách đó bị cô đơn. Và cho đến khi sau này khi mà con mình lớn lên rồi và bằng một cách nào đó có thể chứng minh được cho gia đình mình thấy là con đi con đường đó con không cô đơn, thì dần dà thấy là con đi con đường đó con không cô đơn thì dần dà ba mẹ mới tin, ba mẹ mới cảm thấy có một cái động lực để cho con mình theo. Một cái câu chuyện mà em thấy rất là vui mỗi lần kể về là ngày xưa ba mẹ muốn hướng em theo ngành giáo viên, muốn em đi dạy. Năm đó là năm em học hết năm 2 Đại học Việt Nam thì em bảo là em muốn đi du học, em muốn thi IELTS lấy bằng và đi du học. Thì chị Minh biết là lúc mà em học 2 năm đại học ở Việt Nam, cuộc đời em không có gì ngoài văn nghệ. Em mê văn nghệ cực kỳ và em không phải là người hát hay, em lại càng không thể múa được, nhưng em dàn dựng bài và dàn dựng tiết mục được. Lại càng không thể múa được, nhưng em dàn dựng bài và dàn dựng tiết mục được. Thế là lúc đó là cái lúc mà em nhận ra thì ra là theo nghệ thuật không chỉ có hát và múa, mà tôi còn hát và múa, mà tôi còn phải làm việc này. Và thời gian đó là thật sự trong đầu em không hề có khái niệm hay là một ý niệm nào về cái từ producer. Em không biết producing là gì, nhưng sau đó em tìm hiểu producing là gì. Nhưng sau đó em tìm hiểu mới biết là cái mình đang làm là một dạng producing. Mình là người đứng sau sáng tạo, mình là người đứng sau nghệ sĩ. Năm đó là năm 2014. Em dàn dựng một chương trình liên hoan văn nghệ, gọi là liên hoan tiếng hát sinh viên toàn trường. Em dàn dựng liên hoan văn nghệ, gọi là liên hoan tiếng hát sinh viên toàn trường. Em dàn dựng xong rồi thì khoa em được giải 3. Và đó là giống kiểu là cũng 5-6 năm rồi khoa mới được đi vào trong top. Nên là mọi người rất là vui, rất là hạnh phúc. Không phải giải.
Sobre todo inicialmente, y sin que se den cuenta que estoy mirando, porque si no lo corrigen, en cuanto entro a un sitio, pues empiezo a mirar por todo. Y sin que se den fijarme, sobre todo inicialmente, y sin que se den cuenta que estoy mirando, porque si no lo corrigen, en cuanto entro a un sitio, pues empiezo a mirar por todo. Porque si no lo corrigen, en cuanto entro a un sitio, pues empiezo a mirar por todo, pues para ver cómo está la situación. Mira, lo primero que hacemos cuando nos queremos salir huyendo de un sitio, es mover las piernas, es mover los pies. Por tanto, si nosotros no estamos a gusto en un sitio, la orientación de nuestro cuerpo se va a dirigir hacia la salida. Nuestro cuerpo se va a dirigir hacia la salida. Vamos a buscar una salida, ¿vale? Eso es una reacción de lo más básica del ser humano. De la misma manera que nosotros direccionamos el cuerpo, a lo mejor por no ser tan hostiles y de una manera más sutil, va a ser nuestro pie o nuestros dos pies o uno solo el que se va a abrir en dirección a la puerta. Además, normalmente coincide con la puerta, por donde tenga que estar la salida. Entonces, tú estás hablando con una persona tú estás hablando con una persona y ves como que no fluye mucho la conversación y que un pie apunta hacia las salidas porque tiene prisa, porque no conversación y que un pie apunta hacia las salidas porque tiene prisa, porque no está a gusto contigo, por la razón que sea. Dale una salida digna. Y le oye, no está a gusto contigo, por la razón que sea. Dale una salida digna. Y le oye, me encanta hablar contigo, si quieres te tomamos un café tranquilamente. Y va a respirar y va a decir, muchas gracias, sí, un día hablamos. Y se va. Entonces, yo en serio, es de lo primero que me fijo. Pero luego hay algo mucho más profundo con los pies, y es, tú imagínate que estamos un grupo de chicos y más profundo con los pies, y es, tú imagínate que estamos un grupo de chicos y de chicas sentados haciendo un círculo entre nosotros. Dicen varias teorías que cuando hay una atracción sexual entre dos personas, sus pies tienden a juntarse cuando estamos en círculo. Pies tienden a juntarse cuando estamos en círculo. Bueno, esto es peligroso que la gente lo tome al pie de la letra, ¿vale? Yo no sé hasta qué punto esto está comprobado a nivel científico, lo escucho. Bueno, esto es peligroso que la gente lo tome al pie de la letra, ¿vale? Yo no sé hasta qué punto esto está comprobado a nivel científico, lo he escuchado ya varias veces, lo he leído varias veces, tiene sentido, pero tengamos cuidado, no va a ser que una casualidad nos vean y rompamos algún matrimonio y no quiero. Que una casualidad nos vean y rompamos algún matrimonio y no quiero, ni mucho menos. Pero es curioso, ¿no? Yo sí que me fijo bastante en este tipo de mucho menos. Pero es curioso, ¿no? Yo sí que me fijo bastante en este tipo de interacciones, es cuando pues a lo mejor unos pies tienden a juntarse más hacia un sitio. Y además es muy bueno cuando se cambian los sitios y ves que mientras antes se acercaban hacia la derecha y al cambiarse la gente se acercaban hacia la derecha, antes se acercaban hacia la derecha y al cambiarse la persona a la izquierda ahora se acercan hacia la izquierda. O sea, realmente sí que hay una búsqueda. Se acercan hacia la izquierda. O sea, realmente sí que hay una búsqueda por parte de los pies. Flora Davis, por parte de los pies. Flora Davis hablaba, si no recuerdo, por parte de los pies. Flora Davis hablaba, si no recuerdo mal, también en que en situaciones de galanteo o cuasi galanteo que llama ella, en que en situaciones de galanteo o cuasi galanteo que llama ella, la punta de en que en situaciones de galanteo o cuasi galanteo que llama ella, la punta de los pies también solía apuntar de manera más lejana hacia la persona que te está. De los pies también solía apuntar de manera más de los pies también solía apuntar de manera más lejana hacia la persona que te está. De los pies también solía apuntar de manera más lejana hacia la persona que te está. De los pies también solía apuntar de manera más lejana hacia la persona que te estaba gustando o que requería tu atención, ¿no? Normalmente como más vinculado al galanteo. Bueno, pues ahí tenemos un poquito más. Y luego había otras teorías que hablaban de cuando una persona de manera en su baseline no va a las 10 y 10, que normalmente decimos, no tiene el paso con los pies con un poquito más de pato, cuando tiene unos pies normalmente así, cuando de manera normal, caminando, sí que lo hacía, es decir, salía de su baseline, era porque tiene una necesidad de contacto, es decir, salía de su baseline, era porque tiene una necesidad de contacto. Es decir, estaba en una situación donde requería o necesitaba hablar con alguien o requería la comunicación
de apertura, ¿verdad?
De apertura en ese momento.
Te recibo.
Exactamente. Es como situarse así a lo mejor en un grupo, en una silla, ¿no? Es como invitando a la gente a que se pueda arrimar hacia el círculo, ¿no? ¿no? Es como invitando a la gente a que se pueda arrimar hacia el círculo, ¿no? Todo lo contrario, si estás así, estás echando hacia afuera a la gente que esté en el otro lado. Así la estás invitando. Pues más o menos los pies podrían indicar algo muy parecido.
Es que
podrían indicar algo muy parecido.
Es que te da increíble información. Yo me reconozco en estas situaciones. El otro día estaba en el gimnasio y viene me reconozco en estas situaciones. El otro día estaba en el gimnasio y viene un chico de 40 años ya con hijos y todo. Un chico de 40 años ya con hijos y todo, con mucha confianza, y yo lo sentí inmediatamente. Cómo acertaba su poder tocándome, agarrándome así del hombro, y yo lo agarro después, ¿no? Decir, oye, y lo hacen de forma inconsciente. Hombro, y yo lo agarro después, ¿no? Decir, oye, y lo hacen de forma inconsciente, eso ocupando espacio, pero yo me di cuenta que sus pies estaban, mucho en la conversación. Intercambiamos números de WhatsApp, ya me enviarás un mensaje, sí, perfecto, genial. Se me pasó. Pasan 4 días, genial. Se me pasó. Pasan 4 días, me lo vuelvo a encontrar en el gimnasio, genial. Se me pasó. Pasan 4 días, me lo vuelvo a encontrar en el gimnasio, me hace un gesto de, primero que me ignoró, y luego yo busqué con la mirada para saludarle. ¡Ey! Para saludarle. ¡Ey! Pero ya más reticente y yo me acerco primero para saludarle. ¡Ey! Pero ya más reticente y yo me acerco. Primero yo soy el que me acerco. Y a la que yo me acerco, él se gira hacia un lado. Y yo ahí ya lo entendí. Digo, hay algo que le ha molestado, no sé qué es, debe tener un mal día. Y ahí hablando, se vuelve a generar esa confianza, se lo pasa bien, se vuelven a juntar los pies
Juntar.
pasa bien, se vuelven a juntar los pies hacia mí. Entiendo, vale, hemos recuperado la confianza y al final recuperado la confianza y al final la coletilla. Oye, no me enviaste el mensaje de WhatsApp, ya lo harás. Y dije, mierda, era esto.
Era esto.
No me acordaba. Y pasó tal cual. Y es como paso a paso, y pasó tal cual. Y es como paso a paso, y pasó tal cual. Y es como paso a paso. Entonces, no es, vale, hago este gesto y ya me está mintiendo o no, sino es una serie de observaciones que lo llevan a una conclusión que luego hay que verificar, no hay que sentar cátedra.
Y que te puede pasar como te ha pasado a ti, que de repente no te acuerdas qué es lo que te puede... Le pasa algo a esta persona, pero no caigo. Y luego dices tú, ostras, era esto, vale, ahora te cuadra. Por eso muchas veces cuando veamos cosas que no sabemos de dónde vienen, cuadra. Por eso muchas veces cuando veamos cosas que no sabemos de dónde vienen, para y busca, porque seguramente encuentres, o a lo mejor no, o a lo mejor es algo que se escapa de tu control y un día haces un comentario que pues, le ha sentado mal a una persona, no sabías que le ha podido sentar mal, y te das cuenta que ya mal a una persona, no sabías que le ha podido sentar mal, y te das cuenta que hay algo, ¿no? Pues a lo mejor es preguntarle, efectivamente. Pero sí, esto pasa. Esto además lo detectas a la legua.
Ya, y claro, y que después
Esto pasa. Esto además lo detectas a la legua.
Ya, y claro, y que después lo que comentabas tú, que depende, por ejemplo, del género,
« 65 ans et donc ils ont revendu l'appartement qu'ils avaient en commun, à Grenoble et donc son père a dû, emménager, tu vois, dans un tout petit, Grenoble et donc son père a dû, emménager, tu vois, dans un tout petit, studio parce que, bah, il perdait aussi en pouvoir d'achat, en confort de vie et studio parce que, bah, il perdait aussi en pouvoir d'achat, en confort de vie et ça me fait penser à une stat qu'on a vue, en préparant cet épisode. Et ça me fait penser à une stat qu'on a vue, en préparant cet épisode. Les gens les plus précaires, donc avec le moins de moyens, sont les plus à même de les plus précaires, donc avec le moins de moyens, sont les plus à même de déménager. On a vu ça, non?
Bah oui, en fait, c'est pour ça que ça touche la majorité des gens, en fait, qui déménagent sont plutôt des jeunes. La majorité des gens, en fait, qui déménagent sont plutôt des jeunes, sont donc des gens qui ont 18 ans, par exemple. C'est vraiment la tranche 18-35 ans. Donc, en fait, ceux qui ont 18 ans, c'est quand même ceux qui sont les plus précaires. Ça va être des étudiants, ça va être des gens qui vont commencer même un premier emploi. Donc, ils doivent commencer même un premier emploi. Donc, ils doivent quitter leur ville et aller ailleurs parce qu'ils ont trouvé un premier emploi. Tu vois. Et puis après, il y a quand même les trentenaires qui commencent à avoir un enfant. Et après, il y a quand même les trentenaires qui commencent à avoir un enfant, etc. Et ils veulent un jardin, on l'a dit, être enfant, etc. Et ils veulent un jardin, on l'a dit, être propriétaire.
Mais non, mais je pense à peut-être une exception à Paris parce que
Propriétaire.
Mais non, mais je pense à peut-être une exception à Paris parce que moi j'ai des amis, à Paris, ils sont dans un tout petit appart, ils ont des bons moi j'ai des amis, à Paris, ils sont dans un tout petit appart, ils ont des bons salaires, mais ils vont pas changer d'appartement, ils vont pas déménager parce que la réalité fait qu'ils peuvent pas déménager comme ça en un déménager parce que la réalité fait qu'ils peuvent pas déménager comme ça en un claquement de doigts du jour au lendemain parce que le marché est hyper tendu, tu
Mais
vois?
parce qu'ils sont locataires, eux.
Oui, tendu, tu
Mais
vois?
parce qu'ils sont locataires, eux.
Oui.
Ils sont locataires, mais au contraire, il y a aussi des gens, tu vois, qui vont quitter Paris pour des raisons au contraire, il y a aussi des gens, tu vois, qui vont quitter Paris pour des raisons,
Bien sûr.
financières. Parce que, ça coûte trop cher, parce que aussi, tu sais, par raisons,
Bien sûr.
financières, parce que ça coûte trop cher, parce que aussi, tu sais, parfois, si tu es locataire, le propriétaire ou la propriétaire peut augmenter, ils sont dans leurs droits, hein, chaque année, augmenter le loyer, augmenter, ils sont dans leurs droits, hein, chaque année, augmenter le loyer en fonction d'un truc, je sais pas exactement quoi, mais donc ça va devenir beaucoup en fonction d'un truc, je sais pas exactement quoi, mais donc ça va devenir beaucoup plus cher le loyer sur, 10 ans, alors même que leur salaire à eux beaucoup plus cher le loyer sur, 10 ans, alors même que leur salaire à eux n'augmente pas et donc ils ont plus de choix, ils vont quitter Paris et c'est pour ça que d'ailleurs Paris, perd beaucoup de ses habitants. C'est l'une des pour ça que d'ailleurs Paris, perd beaucoup de ses habitants. C'est l'une des villes aujourd'hui en France une des rares villes peut-être qui perd de ses habitants parce que les gens quittent Paris pour d'autres raisons aussi de ses habitants parce que les gens quittent Paris pour d'autres raisons aussi. Quand tu veux plus de nature, quand tu veux moins de pollution, voilà, tu quittes, Paris et au profit, on va dire, de la région parisienne qui gagne des habitants, donc autour de Paris et puis au profit, de l'ouest de la France, gagne des habitants, donc autour de Paris et puis au profit, de l'ouest de la France. C'est ça qui est marrant, c'est qu'en fait, il y a un coin de France qui attire c'est ça qui est marrant, c'est qu'en fait, il y a un coin de France qui attire les gens, un endroit où les gens veulent vivre, veulent déménager et attire les gens, un endroit où les gens veulent vivre, veulent déménager et emménager. C'est toute la partie ouest de la France, beaucoup plus que l'est.
Ouais, c'est donc, le Pays basque, on va dire, donc, près de l'Espagne, près de la frontière espagnole et la Bretagne. Donc là, la Bretagne, on est plus vers la frontière avec l'Angleterre.
Mais tout l'ouest aussi, hein, Bordeaux attire,
Ouais.
La Rochelle attire.
Et aussi beaucoup Toulouse,
Attire,
ouais.
La Rochelle attire.
Et aussi beaucoup Toulouse, voilà,
Ouais.
Toulouse, Montpellier, et cetera. C'est des villes qui gagnent, beaucoup d'habitants. Enfin, en tout cas, ils en gagnent plus qu'ils en perdent. Donc évidemment, vous vous doutez, c'est hyper tendu de trouver un appart, là-bas et d'ailleurs, on a qu'ils en perdent. Donc évidemment, vous vous doutez, c'est hyper tendu de trouver un appart perdent. Donc évidemment, vous vous doutez, c'est hyper tendu de trouver un appart, là-bas et d'ailleurs, on a la
Ou une maison.
copine d'un ami à nous, oui, appart, là-bas et d'ailleurs, on a la
Ou une maison.
copine d'un ami à nous, oui, ou une maison. Mais on a la copine d'un ami à nous qui, vient de s'installer à Biarritz maison. Mais on a la copine d'un ami à nous qui, vient de s'installer à Biarritz pour des raisons, pourquoi? Pour améliorer son confort de vie et aussi professionnel, ouais.
Professionnelle, ouais, elle a trouvé un travail et Biarritz, c'est une ville qui séduit, le Pays basque. Un travail et Biarritz, c'est une ville qui séduit, le Pays basque. Donc on est à la frontière avec l'Espagne. Il y a de la nature, il y a de l'espace. Il fait la frontière avec l'Espagne. Il y a de la nature, il y a de l'espace, le climat est sympa, pas trop chaud, l'été, pas trop froid, le climat est sympa, pas trop chaud, l'été, pas trop froid, l'hiver mais par contre, c'est une zone, comme on dit, très tendue, donc c'est super compliqué, par contre, c'est une zone, comme on dit, très tendue, donc c'est super compliqué, de trouver des biens parce que la demande est beaucoup plus forte que l'offre. De trouver des biens parce que la demande est beaucoup plus forte que l'offre.
Mais je crois qu'elle a d'abord choisi Biarritz
L'offre.
mais je crois qu'elle a d'abord choisi Biarritz et après elle a cherché un travail.
Mmh.
C'est pas, d'abord le travail et après elle a cherché un travail.
Mmh.
C'est pas, d'abord le travail et pour la région.
Mais elle est, tu vois, la trentaine, elle est
Pour la région.
mais elle est, tu vois, la trentaine, elle est parisienne, elle et elle en a eu marre de Paris. Et oui, il y a des gens, des habitants, notamment les gens qui vivent à Paris, n'ont pas la même image des habitants, notamment les gens qui vivent à Paris, n'ont pas la même image, que les touristes et ils en ont un peu marre. Violaine, je peux te image, que les touristes et ils en ont un peu marre. Violaine, je peux te poser une
Vas-y.
question. Est-ce que tu te souviens, de notre dernier déménagement, à Nîmes? Est-ce que tu peux raconter un peu? Je trouve que c'est intéressant de raconter comment ça se passe un déménagement. Peut-être que c'est intéressant de intéressant de raconter comment ça se passe un déménagement. Peut-être que c'est différent ailleurs chez vous. Est-ce que par exemple, qu'est-ce qu'on avait fait différent ailleurs chez vous? Est-ce que par exemple, qu'est-ce qu'on avait fait pour, ce déménagement? Est-ce qu'on avait loué un camion? Est-ce qu'on avait fait pour, ce déménagement? Est-ce qu'on avait fait pour, ce déménagement? Est-ce qu'on avait loué un camion? Est-ce qu'on avait, embauché une société, une entreprise on avait, embauché une société, une entreprise de déménageurs, comme on dit?
Bah, écoute, déjà, Avant de répondre, je vais préciser que nous, actuellement, on n'a pas beaucoup de meubles avec nous. Donc, on loue des appartements meublés. On n'a pas beaucoup de meubles avec nous. Donc, on loue des appartements meublés, donc avec les meubles. Donc, on a des déménagements plutôt légers, on va dire.
C'est clair.
Mais, et donc, ce qui justifie ce que je vais dire ensuite, c'est que et donc, ce qui justifie ce que je vais dire ensuite, c'est que beaucoup de nos déménagements et beaucoup de nos potes font pareil. Beaucoup de nos déménagements et beaucoup de nos potes font pareil. On a fait un peu à la débrouille, comme on dit. On s'est débrouillé tout seul. Donc, on a fait un peu à la débrouille, comme on dit. On s'est débrouillé tout seul. Donc, non, on n'a pas. On s'est débrouillé tout seul. Ça veut dire qu'on a. Non, on n'a pas. On s'est débrouillé tout seul. Ça veut dire qu'on a fait ça tout seul quasiment. Et on n'a pas employé qu'on a fait ça tout seul quasiment. Et on n'a pas employé des déménageurs qui sont venus faire les cartons chez nous.
I can't import you. Let's see, I'm just replying. I can't import YouTube content and link in Japanese. Help. Let's see. Well, not at all, or let's see. So we have some random podcasts. Seems to work for me. So it might be just a temporary thing, so give it some time perhaps. Oh, importing data, less than data error. Oh, that's a new one. Nope, import to fail. All right, they'll fix it. It'll eventually work. Don't worry. I don't think you should worry too much about it. It'll come back.
はい、
scherzando, fece e un giorno, sembra che un giorno un gruppo di soldati scherzando
Walk up to. Alright, yep. Yes, sir. Everything will be alright. No need to worry. They always fix it. Just give it time. Probably do something else right in the meantime.
fece credere che fosse stato dato l'ordine di oziare, di riposarsi. Quindi per scherzo avevano battuto col tamburo dando l'ordine di riposarsi. Quindi per scherzo avevano battuto col tamburo dando l'ordine di riposarsi. E da lì invece non era vero. E da lì quindi battere la fiacca.
Quindi battere la fiacca, in quel caso, in quello scherzo, era dare l'ordine.
Vero. E da lì quindi battere la fiacca.
Quindi battere la fiacca, in quel caso, in quello scherzo, era dare l'ordine di oziare, di non fare niente.
Esatto, perché normalmente nella fanteria si davano gli ordini. Battendo il tamburo. Quindi da qui battere la fiacca. Questo è bello, il tamburo. Quindi da qui battere la fiacca. Questo è bello, non immaginavo minimamente neanch'io questa origine.
Ah, interessante. Questa è una testimonianza di come...
Anche noi.
Sì, le espressioni idiomatiche possono avere delle origini anche su...
avere.
Sì, le espressioni idiomatiche possono avere delle origini anche su particolari eventi successi e che hanno dato origine a un'espressione. Molto bene, ma nel nostro mini dizionario ci sono quasi quasi 60 espressioni idiomatiche, tra le più usate in italiano. Si tratta proprio di espressioni usate nel linguaggio di tutti i giorni e anche nel nostro mini espressioni usate nel linguaggio di tutti i giorni e anche nel nostro mini dizionario presentiamo il significato con gli esempi e anche con l'origine, se conosciuta, perché non sempre l'origine è conosciuta e certa. Bene, siamo stati bravi però, dai.
Più che altro anche noi abbiamo imparato.
Bravi però, dai.
Più che altro anche noi abbiamo imparato un sacco di cose e anche naturalmente i nostri studenti.
Quella del granchio però io l'ho quasi indovinata.
Sì.
Quella del granchio però io l'ho quasi indovinata.
Sì, beh, era facile, dai. Sì, secondo me anche qualcuno che ci ascolta l'ha indovinata. Sì, beh, era facile, dai. Sì, secondo me anche qualcuno che ci ascolta l'ha indovinata quella.
Vi è piaciuto fare questo video?
Indovinata quella.
Vi è piaciuto fare questo video?
Indovinata quella.
Vi è piaciuto fare questo video? Qualcosa di più originale. Spero che sia piaciuto anche a te. E a questo qualcosa di più originale. Spero che sia piaciuto anche a te. E a questo punto ti lasciamo al nostro mini dizionario delle espressioni idiomatiche. Clicca sul link nella descrizione per riceverlo gratuitamente. Grazie per la tua attenzione e ci benvenuto o benvenuta in questo nuovo episodio del video podcast di Vaporetto Italiano. Benvenuto o benvenuta in questo nuovo episodio del video podcast di Vaporetto Italiano.
Ciao a tutti!
Il video podcast con cui ti aiutiamo a migliorare il tuo italiano, episodio dopo episodio. E anche oggi lo faremo attraverso una conversazione che farò con Giulia.
Does someone know how to get used to Asiatic vocabulary and grammar? I mean, when I was learning English, after some months, I learned the vocabulary too fast. Honestly, for the grammar, vocabulary, okay. All I can pray, my recommendation is you just have to keep writing a lot, or I guess typing a lot in your case. I recommend talking to yourself so that you fill the gaps, like the words you can't say, just fill in the gaps with Google Translate. Vocabulary, you're gonna have to see it as all for a long time and get used to it. It's a matter of time, pretty much. You can't force it. English is super fast because if you have like a similar background to English, so for example, like Spanish, French, then English will be a lot easier. But Japanese, though, yeah, even I'm still trying to figure that out. I just noticed that if the more sentences I create or try to think in the language, then you're forced to fill in the gaps, and you're gonna have to adapt somehow. It's only gonna get easier, but you're gonna have to force yourself to think and talk to yourself, write as much as you can, and you'll eventually get it.
Durante la quale che farò con Giulia, durante la quale parleremo di che cosa?
Del nostro nuovo ufficio dove
Esatto.
siamo anche oggi.
Finalmente siamo nel nostro ufficio nuovo. Ne parliamo, anzi, in realtà ne ho parlato agli iscritti alla newsletter nuovo. Ne parliamo, anzi, in realtà ne ho parlato agli iscritti alla newsletter mesi fa, ma è da poco che siamo...
Sì, per varie ragioni è da poco che abbiamo iniziato a venire in maniera costante in ufficio.
Ci sono state
Abbiamo iniziato a venire in maniera costante in ufficio.
Ci sono state
Abbiamo iniziato a venire in maniera costante in ufficio.
Ci sono state peripezie anche qui.
Come sempre, naturalmente.
Sì, quando cominciamo qualcosa di nuovo noi sappiamo che c'è qualche peripezia. L'importante è saperlo all'inizio, poi sappiamo che riusciamo sempre a cavarcela. L'importante è saperlo all'inizio, poi sappiamo che riusciamo sempre a cavarcela e insomma a stabilizzarci e a risolvere tutto. Cavarcela e insomma a stabilizzarci e a risolvere tutto. Prima di iniziare però ovviamente ti ricordo che anche per questa conversazione abbiamo preparato una trascrizione completa, parola per parola, accompagnata dal lessico più importante. Una trascrizione completa, parola per parola, accompagnata dal lessico più importante spiegato e usato in contesto. Così potrai vedere le parole importante spiegato e usato in contesto. Così potrai vedere le parole e le espressioni più difficili spiegate ma anche usate in frasi. Espressioni più difficili spiegate ma anche usate in frasi e in contesti per capirne meglio il significato. Contesti per capirne meglio il significato. Per ricevere la trascrizione con il lessico gratuitamente puoi cliccare sul link che
Alright, man. Enjoy. Have fun learning Japanese now, man. Take care now. Come back anytime. You ever want my Discord? Then I can always drop it in the chat. But It's up to you to decide if you want to join or not.
Trovi nella link che trovi nella descrizione, inserire il tuo nome e il tuo indirizzo email e aspettare qualche minuto. La troverai direttamente nella tua casella di posta. E non dimenticarti, se non lo hai ancora fatto, di iscriverti al canale YouTube se stai guardando questo video su YouTube o canale YouTube se stai guardando questo video su YouTube o cliccare su segui se ci stai seguendo su piattaforme podcast come Spotify. Ci stai seguendo su piattaforme podcast come Spotify. Ma entriamo nel vivo della nostra conversazione. Siamo nel nostro ufficio, in centro a Ferrara, e stranamente la ricerca...
Ufficio.
Nel nostro ufficio, in centro a Ferrara, e stranamente la ricerca è stata semplice,
Facile.
veloce, indolore quasi, quasi,
Sì.
la ricerca, dopo no.
Allora, l'ufficio era uno dei nostri obiettivi per il 2025.
Obiettivi.
Allora, l'ufficio era uno dei nostri obiettivi per il 2025, quindi non mi ricordo quando abbiamo iniziato a cercare, a volte anche così quando non mi ricordo quando abbiamo iniziato a cercare, a volte anche così quando c'erano dei momenti vuoti io davo un'occhiata agli annunci c'erano dei momenti vuoti io davo un'occhiata agli annunci e a dicembre in effetti abbiamo trovato l'annuncio di questo ufficio che c'era sembrato in effetti abbiamo trovato l'annuncio di questo ufficio che c'era sembrato molto interessante e mi ricordo che abbiamo telefonato mentre stavamo andando ai mercatini a Innsbruck.
Ah, in Austria, fine dicembre quindi.
Mercatini a Innsbruck.
Ah, in Austria, fine dicembre quindi, periodo natalizio.
Prima di Natale, non fine dicembre. Prima di Natale siamo andati. Prima di Natale, non fine dicembre. Prima di Natale siamo andati. E abbiamo fissato l'appuntamento per vederlo ai primi di gennaio.
Zai, you're back. Oh my god, you're this is the third time in a row. To be honest, you're the most consistent one so far.
E abbiamo fissato l'appuntamento per vederlo ai primi di gennaio.
Sì, 2 o 3 gennaio.
Esatto.
Sì.
E in effetti ci è piaciuto e abbiamo deciso quasi subito.
Sì, ci è piaciuto perché...
Abbiamo deciso quasi subito.
Sì, ci è piaciuto perché prima di tutto abbiamo 2 spazi separati.
Esatto.
Well, glad you can join me. It makes the stream less lonely. It probably makes me want to extend the stream longer every time there's someone in here. So great to have you here again.
Abbiamo 2 spazi separati.
Esatto.
Quindi 2 ambienti, un ufficio per me e un ufficio per Giulia, con il bagno, ma soprattutto siamo in centro a Ferrara. Un ufficio per Giulia, con il bagno, ma soprattutto siamo in centro a Ferrara.
Esatto. E anche il prezzo è un prezzo giusto, insomma.
Prezzo giusto,
per essere qui, sì, decisamente.
Anche perché c'erano dei lavori da fare a carico
nostro,
quindi degli affittuari, e quindi a carico
nostro.
Plan on copying you partly today. You mean like my plan, or you just the way I'm listening?
Nostro, quindi degli affittuari, e quindi abbiamo accettato queste condizioni e siamo entrati, cioè non siamo entrati, abbiamo accettato e siamo entrati, cioè non siamo entrati, abbiamo accettato di prendere questo ufficio, abbiamo firmato.
I can just imagine you just watching my every single mouse movement and seeing how I use it mechanically. But that's so inspiring.
Il contratto di prendere questo ufficio, abbiamo firmato il contratto ed è cominciata poi una mini odissea.
Preply. Highly recommended. this is where you get all the cheap, inflated teachers. In other words, everyone's like super cheap. Depends where you go. I think I showed you yesterday that you can get teachers of all kinds for the cheapest price. Way better than italki, by the way. Don't use italki. Cheaper too, $5, $6. Depends what your taste is. Try to find like, music that isn't copyright because I had to pretty much edit everything out. So I'm trying to see where I can. YouTube audio library. Copyright. Free. Music. Wow, so I can actually play some legit copyright-free music? No copyright, royalty-free. Oh my gosh, I can get lit. Even though I have no idea what I'm listening to most of the time. Honestly, the music is just for me to find because when I'm learning words, I think I recommend to have music on the side, get that adrenaline up because you're just learning words without music. It's kind of very boring, and you eventually just get very bored. My personal opinion. Yeah, it kind of makes the environment less boring. Because yesterday I had to wear earbuds when I did all this, and you guys pretty much had to hear nothing completely at all. And I thought, okay, that's kind of weird. I kind of want to hear something too.
Ko 湖に行きました。
Don't mind me, just got breakfast, but gotta use the bathroom. Be right back. guess it'll be a quick break real quick. Got some breakfast. Let's watch some controversial videos. What's the next language learning video I can watch? I guess I have to look for it. What Japanese people really think we speak Japanese? No, this should be good.
伝わるか伝わんないか考えるよりも、まず英語について昔の私はこう思っていました。難しい、話せない、絶対に無理。ですが、大人になるにつれて少しずつその考え方は変わってきました。今日は英語学習を通して感じたことと、日本語を話す外国人と出会った時の心に残る経験についてお話ししたいと思います。英語が話せなくても世界とつながれるかはイエスだと思います。
I wonder if actually a native speaker actually cares when you speak to them in their native language. How much do they really care most of the time? That's like super controversial.
Where are you from?
これ申し訳ないけど僕北海道生まれなんですよ。
北海道出身です、この方。
僕北海道生まれなんですよ。
Hello everyone, my name is Malachi. I was born and raised in Hokkaido, Japan. I'm a PA announcer for sports teams in Japan.
Can we hear your bilingual sports announcer voice?
Yeah. ファイターズのピッチャーの交代をお知らせします。宮西に変わりまして、池田。
You just totally changed into a different person.
Before the game is all in Japanese. ご来場の皆様にご案内いたします。ただいまより座席開放いたします。座席へ向かう際走らずゆっくりとご移動ください。ただいまより座席開放いたします。
That was amazing.
Because we grew up here and haven't lived anywhere else, going to Australia, going back home, we feel like outsiders, like we feel like tourists.
So Australia doesn't feel like your home.
No.
So you've assimilated, you speak the language, you have a job here, but you're really tall. So how is it being 6'4" in Japan? Like there's things that just don't fit you.
Yeah, that's an easy way to put it. Yeah, this country does not fit me. Clothing here, shoes. I've got size 15 feet. In Japanese, there's a saying, "Deruku utareru," which is
the nail that sticks out gets the hammer.
Yeah, I was a sticking out nail. In primary school, junior high, the mentality they had was, "You're different, so we don't want to be your friend. You're different, so we want to pick on you." It was more mental after they realized they couldn't beat someone twice their size. But you know, my whole family, all my siblings went through the same thing. We were called Americans, and so my older brother, I remember going through really hard patch after the 9/11. I can't see a connection, but he was picked on because being an American after the 9/11. I'm like, that doesn't make sense. But
And his parents are Australian.
Exactly.
That makes no sense.
Exactly. We get commented every day of our lives, you know, your Japanese is so good. And, you know, you're like, yeah, I was born here. Thank you. What school?
ああ、いいね。ありがとうございます。すごい。 大丸なんですね。北海道出身だからあんまりお土産屋さんに来ない。美味しいです。はい、おすすめです。はい。ありがとうございました。They're going to be talking about you after we leave. That guy! Do you remember that guy? Oh my gosh! They'll never forget you. He spoke perfect Japanese. You didn't get to be a tourist in Japan, so I got to help you with the souvenirs.
Hey, got myself some sake glasses. There you go.
Matcha.
Oh, there we go. With the
What do they call that? A swick?
shakkondate. Yeah.
You only know the Japanese word.
I don't know. This had an English name to it.
You are way overpaying for souvenirs in Japan. I found all of these items at souvenir shops for double, triple the cost that I paid on the app Temu. Download the Temu app now to get one of these things 90% off.
Temu, they literally have absolutely everything.
Suitcase. What is it? Oh, so easy. So
a Red Bull
yeah.
holder. Matcha set. Wow, charging station. Ooh. This is for your hot sake when you drink Japanese rice wine. And we have clothes.
Thank you. This is for me.
It's not for you. Hey, I think it looks pretty good. Whoa, so sleek. He's got a jumpsuit. It's Lunchbox.
Yay, my lunchbox.
It's a battery charger. This one's got both type C and the other types. We got all of this for just 30,000 yen. Go into the video description and check out the link for Temu and have basically anything you want delivered right to your door.
Become a new user and get a $100 coupon bundle by using my code.
What's the craziest thing that's happened to you?
You want it in Japanese?
Okay, じゃあ、いけそうな話お願いします。日本語で。
高校の時に電車で通学してて、こうやって手すり掴んでます。で、隣に JK 女子高校生が立ってて、音楽聴きながらでも隣でなんかもぞもぞ動いてるのが見えて、なんか動いてて何してるのかなと思ったらいきなりカシャッって携帯のカメラの音が聞こえて、えっと思って下見たら自分の靴を脱いで僕と同じ向きに180度回転させて隣に並べて靴でかって写真撮っててそれででも音が多分思った以上にでかすぎて彼女すごいごめんなさいみたいな感じで
写真撮りたかっただけごめんなさい。それは盗撮かな？
いやそう靴の盗撮をされたからさすがにそれは笑ったしもう十何年前の話だけど忘れられない面白い話だな。
それやばい。それやばいね。
My junior high school student.
Yes.
Question, please.
Yes.
Okay. Where are you from?
これ申し訳ないけど僕北海道生まれなんですよ。国籍はオーストラリアなんだけど生まれ育ちがずっとこの札幌なの。みんなどっから来たんですか？
札幌。
広いですね。僕北広生まれ。北広島エスコンフィールドの近くです。そうなんですよ。ごめんねなんか期待してた答えじゃなくて。
でも英語喋れる。
I can speak English as well.
Yes. English.
Do you like English?
No.
No.
できないから。
難しいよね。まあ練習あるのみですよ。たくさん練習してください。
You
have a nice day. Thanks, kids. 頑張って。
Thank you.
ありがとうございます。嬉しい。嬉しい。
ハリウッド
ハリウッドデビュー。ハリウッドデビュー。
You too. Thank you.
バイバイ。
俺じゃないね。ごめんね。
Does that happen a lot?
Getting interviewed by junior high kids? Yes, I do get that every so often.
Wow. Are they out here for their school project or something?
They're here for a school project, and probably one of them is to talk to a foreigner and understand where they're from.
Because 99% of Japan is Japanese, it's natural to think that if you look different, you're not Japanese because you're less than 1% of the population.
Have you ever had people completely ignore you when you speak to them in Japanese just because of your face?
Yes, I have had that experience.
Where? Restaurants, or where did it happen?
Anywhere.
Everywhere.
Anywhere, everywhere. Walking down the street, shop clerks, restaurant servers, hotel front staff.
And sometimes you just default back to English, right? Like, okay, I just say it in English.
Sometimes that is the easier answer. After a long day, checking into a hotel and they just won't listen to you. It's like, whatever. Yes, I'm from Australia. Hi. It's easier.
Growing up here and being in this environment, it's got to be hard not being able to completely fit in.
After living here for 30 years, you get used to it. It's not easy. I'm never walking down the street. Like I said, you're always going to get pointed out. You're good Japanese, whatever. But my personality, I've learned to have fun with it. There's no point in getting, all tense and stressed about every comment everyone makes at you. And so I just take it as a joke and have fun with it. And like people say, you're Japanese good. I get that all the time. If it's got time, if you got time, if you look, if that guy looks like a person, looks like an interesting person, a fun person, you play around with it. And I said, really? I didn't notice. You just have fun with it. Yeah.
That's a good attitude. Food truck. Time for a snack. I'm going to get the Frankfurt and then you'll get that. はい、すみません。ちょっと注文していいですか？はい、フランクフルト一つと、はい、一本。
イカの串焼きのマヨ一味。
北海道出身です、この方。
僕、北海道生まれなんですよ。そうなんです。北広生まれなんですよ。顔だけ外国人なんですよ。いやいやいや。
お上手。
そうなんですよ。逆に英語を頑張って勉強したんですよ。日本語はもうみんなと同じです。
Does this happen every day?
Every day.
Every day.
Literally, other than the days I don't leave home, this happens every day.
Oh, wow.
Kids walking up to you out of nowhere.
They did.
ありがとうございます。
マヨネーズ。
はい。
はい。一輪のそっち。
はい、ありがとうございます。やった
840円。
はい。1000円からお願いします。
上手
いや、日本生まれじゃないですけど、東京に住んでます。はい。
すごい。これは。160
はい
円。
ありがとうございます。I need to live up here. This is another level of easy. I could make so many videos. Nobody reacts like that in Tokyo. It's very hard. I don't know if that's a good thing or not for living there, but
the interesting thing is with my Instagram and me being the voice of the fighters, the local baseball team, which they're at the top of the league right now. They're doing very well.
Yeah.
People are recognizing me from that.
Okay.
And so I either get your Japanese is so good or you're the fighters guy.
Yeah.
And so it's one or the other.
Right.
毎日いるんですか？今日一日だけなんですか？
ありがとうございます。ちょっと信じられないね。日本語がこんなにうまいんだ。
いただきます。ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
He at the end he said ちょっと怖い。
It's scary. He's scared that you're so good at Japanese, like you're a spy or something.
I get that sometimes as well.
Why is it scary?
Because there's just little foreigners that can speak Japanese at this level. So I don't have an accent with my Japanese.
Right.
And so there's no such thing as a foreigner with no accent that can speak Japanese.
Rarely.
I know, especially in Hokkaido.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I get ちょっと怖い. Like, yeah, like, thanks.
Do you have a Japanese passport or do you have a foreign passport?
So in Japan, you can't get a Japanese passport without a Japanese parent unless you change, they call it kika.
Yeah, you naturalize.
You naturalize to Japan. But doing so, you have to get rid of any other passport. Even if I get a Japanese passport, when I walk down the street, I'm always going to be pointed out as the gaijin. I'm always going to be the foreigner. I'll never be able to become fully Japanese in the Japanese people's eyes. So I don't see the necessity to get a Japanese passport. I have Eijuken, which is residency, permanent residency. And so I can work the same as other people. I pay taxes. I can't vote, but you know, it's another story. But yeah, so I don't have a Japanese passport.
So different question, but you have a very
Pô, não vou clicar no rato, não quero clicar no... É o mouse. Né? É o famoso tecer, né? A gente tem até mesmo palavras que a gente vai inventando, né? Eu vou teclar aqui rapidinho. Então tem coisas que vão surgindo, né? A internet, o inglês, ela tá mudando o jeito da gente falar também, né?
Sim.
Ela tá mudando o jeito da gente falar também, né?
Sim, com certeza. Esse empréstimo entre as línguas sempre aconteceu, a gente encontra exemplos do francês, enfim, de tudo quanto é língua.
Ah, pô, sutiã, champanhe.
Exato, abajur,
É.
enfim.
Pô, sutiã, champanhe.
Exato, abajur,
É.
enfim. Tem muitas palavras africanas. Então, e o português também vai para fora, né? É claro que é contido, controlado, não são muitos os exemplos, mas a gente tem. O que acontece com o inglês é que a gente tem uma questão social, econômica, de dominação, que faz com que o inglês chegue muito mais. E não é porque os Estados Unidos é que criam todas as tecnologias, mas o fato de a língua inglesa ser uma língua franca, que significa ela é usada no mundo inteiro como a língua dos negócios, do comércio, da tecnologia, isso faz com que, se você queira lançar um produto seu para o mundo inteiro, você vai lançar em inglês, porque aí ele não vai estar restrito a fronteiras. Você vai lançar em inglês, porque aí ele não vai estar restrito a fronteiras. Então, muito do que chega para a gente em inglês. Algumas dessas coisas são... Então, muito do que chega para a gente em inglês. Algumas dessas coisas são desnecessárias. A gente poderia falar entregue, não delivery, por exemplo. Outras eu defendo. Você falou o mouse. Eu sempre penso no feedback. Feedback não é retorno, não é resposta. É um conceito, tem uma ideia a mais ali dentro.
Uma cal. Cal é muito mais bonito do que vídeo.
Ali dentro.
Uma cal. Cal é muito mais bonito do que videochamada. Videochamada parece que eu tô nos anos 90. Pô, uma calzinha. Videochamada. Videochamada parece que eu tô nos anos 90. Pô, uma calzinha, né?
Você jura? Daí a gente vai discordar.
É mesmo? Você não gosta de uma calzinha?
Você jura? Daí a gente vai discordar.
É mesmo? Você não gosta de uma calzinha?
Aí eu sou mais da videochamada.
Mas, por exemplo, eu jogo muito videogame. Então, no videogame tem coisas que não tem como. Tipo, por exemplo, tem outro videogame. Então, no videogame tem coisas que não tem como. Tipo, por exemplo, tem outro tempo, faz a cal. Pô, faz a cal é tipo aqui, chama jogada. Outro tempo, faz a cal. Pô, faz a cal é tipo aqui, chama jogada. Dei a cal aqui. Então você tá chamando o que a galera vai fazer. Então tem coisas que aqui, então você tá chamando o que a galera vai fazer. Então tem coisas que, sabe, defusar a bomba. Pô, é muito bom falar defusar bombas. Sabe, defusar a bomba. Pô, é muito bom falar defusar bombas. Já ouviu esse termo?
Não.
Porque no Counter-Strike, né, você vai desarmar a bomba. E quando você aperta uma coisa lá, press F to defuse, desarmar a bomba. E quando você aperta uma coisa lá, press F to defuse. Pô, defusar é desarmar.
Entendi.
Só que o cara, às vezes, tá jogando, ele faz a menor ideia do que tá escrito. Desarmar.
Entendi.
Só que o cara, às vezes, tá jogando, ele desarmar.
Entendi.
Só que o cara, às vezes, tá jogando, ele faz a menor ideia do que tá escrito em inglês. Ele acha que o defuse é uma coisa que não existe. Então, vamos defusar a bomba. Pô, tem muito de jogo, assim. Você pega a linguagem da galera de videogame, é muito engraçada como GG. Videogame é muito engraçada como GG. Pô, só que virou uma coisa mais gíria da rapaziada. Você vira um moleque e fala assim, pô, às vezes um amigo meu, quando era mais novo, beijava uma mina bonita, já, GG. Sabe que é quando era mais novo, beijava uma mina bonita, já, GG. Sabe que é good game, é a gíria que você dá pro cara que fez um jogo bom, tá, pô, GG. Então, ela já tá no campo das ideias, né? E na internet isso vai e volta muito louco, né?
Não, mas é engraçado, porque às vezes o processo pelo qual algumas palavras passaram é o mesmo, mas uma para mim soa natural e mais aceitável e outra não. Por exemplo, deletar, tá tudo bem, eu acho que deletar já é, assim, totalmente português, aportuguesado e parte do nosso léxico. Agora, startar, quando a gente tem iniciar, começar, não vejo por quê.
Startar é topíssimo. Eu adorava Zap, não sei se já ouviu a Zap. Startar é topíssimo. Eu adorava Zap, não sei se já ouviu a Zap. Essa Zap era de filha da puta, tinha um chefe que era uma Edson, você precisa entregar o relatório a Zap.
Ah, sério?
Aí o WhatsApp, aí, pô, primeiro moleque falou assim, mano, o que é o relatório WhatsApp, viado?
Eu até demorei pra processar o que era.
Era o as soon as possible. Eu falei, meu Deus do céu, você não foi pra você entregar o relatório rápido, tá ligado? Aí você já tá numa loucura, né? Mas agora, relatório rápido, tá ligado? Aí você já tá numa loucura, né? Mas agora o RVSP é francês que a gente normalizou.
Exato.
É doido, né? O quanto que a gente... Tem coisa que vai e coisa que não vai, né? Ou pra
então,
cada um.
Exatamente, é isso. Os critérios vão variar muito de pessoa para pessoa, porque tem muito a ver com a sua familiaridade, né? Então, assim, o universo do videogame que não é nada familiar para mim, tudo que você citar, eu vou ficar assim, meu Deus, mas tem outro correspondente aqui. Eu vou ficar assim, meu Deus, mas tem outro correspondente aqui possível. Agora, em outras áreas, tem vários estrangeirismos que eu defendo. Eu acho que a gente deveria, sim, tomar certos cuidados para não banalizar demais, mas eu também não acho que seja nenhum problema. As línguas se fazem por contágio também com outras línguas, né? Então, várias das palavras que a gente nem sabe que vieram de outras línguas, quando a gente for investigar, a gente vai fazer grandes descobertas.
Eu vejo o japonês, às vezes, assim, é uma loucura, assim, eles estão falando entre uns termos em inglês, que você pega só o termo em inglês e volta, isso aqui, sabe? E eles usam essas coisinhas, né, no meio e é uma coisa só, né? Eu tenho uma edição ali do Dragon Ball, que é do Japão. E tem coisas escritas em inglês no mangá japonês. Eu falo, caraca, por que tá o...
こんにちは、ゆうかです。今日は静岡県の西伊豆に来ています。ここの近くには私が夢にまで見た場所があって、7匹の猫たちがお部屋に来てくれる宿があるそうなんですよ。7匹の猫たちがお部屋に来てくれる宿があるそうなんですよ。今日は猫にデレデレで全然動画どころじゃないかもしれないんですけど、頑張って紹介したいと思います。ということで早速チェックインしに行ってきます。じゃーん、到着しました。ゆる宿猫たまる。外観は一軒家のような民宿みたいな雰囲気ですね。それじゃあ入っていきましょう。チェックインできました。フロントの雰囲気はこんな感じになっていて、猫グッズがいっぱいで癒される。めっちゃ可愛い。今日の私のお部屋はここの階段を登って2階になります。猫ちゃんと会えるのが楽しみです。 こが今日の私のお部屋です。梅の間。それじゃあ早速入ってみましょう。私のお部屋です。梅の間。梅の間。それじゃあ早速入ってみましょう。失礼します。待って、私の家に猫がいる。お邪魔します。ここ私の今日泊まるお部屋って聞いたんだけど、先着がいた。一旦休憩。ここにもいた。逃げられちゃった。猫ちゃんがお部屋に来るかどうかは、もう猫の気分次第なので、今日どんな感じになるか、私もとっても楽しみにしてます。今日一緒に寝れるかもしれないし、他の部屋に行っちゃうかもしれない。ドキドキですね。でもそんな時に備えて、チュール、さっきもらってきました。これでおびき寄せます。こういうのを持ってると猫は寄ってくるはずです。寄ってきた。お部屋に来てくれた。かわいい。食べる？じゃあこっちあげようかな。こんな感じで猫のご飯。おー、かわいい。お腹空いたよね。上手に食べるね。やばい、めっちゃかわいい。上手に食べるね。やばい、めっちゃかわいい。猫旅館は前にマイキャット湯河原に行ったことがあるんですけど、それ以来ですね。やばい。幸せに行ったことがあるんですけど、それ以来ですね。やばい。幸せすぎる。お膝の上おいで。かわいいね。やばい。めっちゃかわいい。ごめんなさい。ちょっと語彙力いつも以上にないですね。すいません。じゃあちょっとみんなにも可愛さをおすわけしよう。カメラ目線。じゃあカメラの後ろにやってみよう。一瞬カメラ目線。どう？可愛さ伝わりました？猫がいる生活いいな。私も将来10匹ぐらい猫を飼いたい。ここの宿は、私も将来10匹ぐらい猫を飼いたい。ここの宿は、やばい、喋れない。ここの宿は結構開放的で、もうドアもみんな閉めていなくて、猫が好きにいろんなとこ行き来してるんですよね。さっきからたくさんいろんなことすれ違います。ハチワレちゃん、かわいい。美味しいか？少なかった？私のお部屋に猫が集まってくれてる。かわいい。座る場所も占領されてるけど全然 OK です。やっぱり猫様ですよね。私が下です。何かしましょうか。肩でも揉みますか。首ですか。わかりました。かわいい。抱っこしてもいい？いや？失礼します。かわいい。チュールの報酬に抱っこさせてくれました。ちょっと嫌だね。下ろすか。よいしょ。猫ってほんと気分屋ですよね。こうやってお部屋には入ってくれるんだけど、一人にさせてモードなんだよな。 お部屋に入ってきたから触ってほしいのかなって思ったけど、お部屋に入ってきたから触ってほしいのかなって思ったけど、そうでもなさそう。お部屋に入ってきたから触ってほしいのかなって思ったけど、そうでもなさそう。ということで、猫と戯れてて遅くなりましたが、お部屋の紹介をしていきたいと思います。今日の私のお部屋はこんな感じで、10畳くらいの広さです。私のお部屋っていうより、猫のお部屋にお邪魔してるような感じですね。あんまり邪魔しないように心がけたいと思います。お部屋の絨毯だったり、あとそこもね、猫の柄になっていて、もういろんなところに猫グッズがあります。時計ももちろん猫です。そしてカレンダーも猫ですね。かわいい。ちょっとお気に召すかわかんないんですけど、猫じゃらし持ってきてみました。遊んでくれるかな？遊ぼう。
위에 써주세요.
배고파요.
먹자. 오늘 한식을 준비했어요. 오늘 한식을 준비했어요.
이거 뭐예요? 우와. 아까 밑에서 곱창 먹고 싶다 계속 얘기했는데. 진짜? 네, 보면서 진짜 궁금했던 게 마피아님 음식 어땠어요? 너무 먹어보고 싶어가지고.
피자튀김. 그거 진짜 맛있었어.
와, 특이하다. 먹어보고 싶어. 특별 요리사 너무 재밌게 봤고. 진짜요?
네. 누구 셰프님 제일 가보고 싶어요? 가게?
비건으로 만드는 스시, 그거 되게 궁금해요. 뭔가 되게 진짜 스시처럼 먹어가지고.
쯔이가 그런 새로운 도전을 되게 좋아해요. 네, 그런 음식. 곱창동물 먹어봤어요?
이렇게 국물 있는 거 처음이에요.
오늘도 도전이 동물 먹어봤어요?
이렇게 국물 있는 거 처음이에요.
오늘도 도전이겠네요?
네, 너무 궁금해요.
근데 뭔가 계속 내가 영상을 보고 활동하는 거 봐서 그런지 안 어색하고 그냥
진짜?
네, 그냥 이렇게 보던 친구들 같지?
저도요.
그쵸?
네, 그냥 알던 언니 같아요.
그러니까 왜 그러지? 약간 그쵸, 이상하게 그러네.
네, 너무 좋다.
지효는 저랑 밖에서 한 번 봤었죠. 지효는 저랑 밖에서 한 번 봤었죠.
맞아요.
어떻게 알게 됐어요?
엄청 연예인분들 많이 모이신 자리였는데 나도 뭔가 낯가리고 있었고 지효도 뭔가 낯가리고 있었어. 그래가지고 안녕하세요 이렇게 얘기하다가 성격이 너무 좋은 거야. 그래서 막 이 친구 되게 밖에서 만나보고 싶다라고 생각했는데 지효도 언니 밖에서 만나요 이렇게 얘기를 해줘가지고 그때 만나고 한 3일 뒤?
바로 날 잡아서
바로 만났어.
만났지.
약간 이제 제가 또 술을 잘 못 마시니까 그때 지효를 만났을 때 제가 문신을 많이 당해가지고
왜요?
아 언니 술 마시려고 온 거 아니에요? 약간 이런 나한테 너무 이렇게 큰 사람이었어. 너무 셌어. 그 내가 제가 거의 약간 알았어. 약간.
근데 너무 술집에서 와가지고 또 그랬을 수. 근데 너무 술집에서 와가지고 또 그랬을 수.
맞아.
근데 지호가 그런 재밌는 분위기를 너무 좋아해. 같이 분위기를 제일 즐기려고 온 거 아니야? 같이 분위기를 제일 즐기려고 온 거 아니야? 이런 게 있는 것 같아요.
준비가 안 됐네.
네. 그러니까 너 왜 준비 안 됐는데 여기 왜 왔어? 이런 거 있잖아요.
야 잠깐만 나는 아무 말 되는데 왜 너 혼자 해석을 그렇게 하는 거야? 너 혼자 해석을 그렇게 하는 거야?
정현 씨는
네.
제가 샵에서
인사했어요. 저희 샵에서.
저 어떻게 알아보셨어요 그때? 누워있지 않았나요?
맞아요. 거의 그때 당시에 헬스클럽이 간다 얘기가 되고 그 다음 날이었을 거예요.
진짜?
그 다음 날이었을 거예요.
진짜?
그래서 너무 반가운 거예요. 나 혼자.
내적 친구.
그래서
내적 친구.
그래서 안녕하세요 이렇게 하는 거예요.
쌤이도 처음 보는 것 같아요.
네,
그쵸?
처음 뵙는 거 같아요.
그냥 인사만 오다 가다가 이제 활동할 때 언제야 벌써 활동할 때만 지켜보고
근데 왜 칵테일 안 따라주세요? 저 원래 하시던데.
기대하고 왔어요?
네.
내가 산다고 했잖아요 오늘. 3명 이상이면 이제 그냥 만들어서 주시더라고요. 3명 이상이면 이제 그냥 만들어서 주시더라고요.
아 진짜요?
네.
만들어 주신 거구나.
짜란! 오늘의 칵테일은 스푸몬이라는 칵테일인데 이미 먹었어 지효.
너무 맛있어.
짠.
맛있다. 맛있다.
너무 맛있어.
원래 잘 드세요?
정현이 오늘 광세주. 정현이 되게 좋아하는 술이 있거든요.
네. 그 술 원래 잘 드세요?
정현이 오늘 광세주. 정현이 되게 좋아하는 술이 있거든요.
네.
그 요청까지 했던데.
와우.
얼마나 먹으려고.
와우. 이게 뭐예요?
이거 진짜 맛있어요. 진짜 우리 한 잔씩 먹어보자.
먹어봐요. 지금 스푸몬에는 이
아니 이것도 너무 맛있는데 그냥 추천해드리고 싶어요. 이게 술을 좀 마셔야 알지. 텐션이 올라간다고요.
네.
짠!
진짜 웃겨.
맛있지?
술 안 같아.
그치?
쯔위도 술 잘 먹는구나.
술 진짜 잘 먹어.
원래 어떤 거 좋아해요?
전 근데 딱히 뭐 좋아하는 술은 없는데 소주 많이 주변에서 많이 마시니까 저도 그냥 그거 많이 먹고
있는 거 마시는구나. 쯔위가 좋아하는 술 깐 거. 약간 이런 느낌?
제가 이거 해드릴게요.
지금 호스트 바뀌었어 또. 이거 리조또인가? 리조또는 누구 픽이에요?
저요.
진짜? 리조또랑 강소주.
궁금한 게 원래 항상 대본이 없으셨어요?
맞아요. 대본이 없어요.
근데 이렇게 대본이 없으면은 뭔 얘기를
빨리
이렇게
물어보세요.
소설 나와요.
그거 하잖아요. 맞아요.
완전 처음 보는 분도 나오잖아요.
응.
그러면 안 어색해요, 언니는?
나는 그래도 활동하시는 분들 위주로 나오잖아. 근데 지효는 일반인분들이랑 하잖아. 그러니까.
왜냐면 그분들이 보기에는 카메라 이렇게 많은 데서 막 말 한 번 뱉는 게 사실
그치.
쉽지가 않잖아요. 말 한 번 뱉는 게 사실
그치.
쉽지가 않잖아요. 익숙하지 않고.
아니 왜냐면 지효가 물어보는 이 질문 안에 되게 힘들어요. 약간
어떻게 그렇게 잘하세요? 이렇게 물어보는 거잖아.
너무 잘하던데?
열심히 하고 있어요.
trying to find a calm song, to be honest. What exactly is a calm song? I just got whatever it's copyright, so I don't get the video doesn't get blocked. Let's just chill. Okay, warm cafe vibes. How about that? That was just Sophie music over again. It's okay, I got you. I'll make sure not to play that again. I'm glad. It actually is a lot better. My brain feels less stressed.
very rare job. How did you end up becoming an announcer for baseball games in Japan?
試合終了です。2対0で北海道日本ハムファイターズの勝利です。本日の勝利投手は杉浦でした。
I was on a reality show a couple years ago, right after university. And with that, you know, big dreams, I wanted to move to the big cities. I went to Tokyo to chase a modeling and acting career. But as I said, having size 15 feet, companies just don't have my shoe. And so I had to give up pretty early on in that, you know, fabulous career of modeling because I didn't have any shoes. And I was like, what am I going to do now? And so my first gig I ever, you know, held a mic was actually a professional basketball game. So my manager, he was a MC for the professional basketball team in Sendai, and he stepped down, you know, age or whatever reason, and the team was looking for a new MC. And they're like, can you come back? And he's like, no, I can't, but I've got this guy in my production that, you know, he can give it a shot. And they're like, sure, why not?
How did you learn to do that voice? That must have taken a lot of training.
I've never had any professional training, but I have, you know, you play around with it.
You could just turn it on and off.
Yeah, it took some time to find that register though, but there's a limit of what you can do. For a basketball that seats, 5,000 people, because it's more small, I could do more, you know, or more chest voice.
What's the chest voice? What's your scale?
Yeah, I definitely need professional training, but when I do basketball, it's more, and now the starting lineup. But if you do that at a 30,000 people scale arena, then the mic, because the speakers are so far, it all bounces off everything and it doesn't sound nice. And so for baseball, I have to do a different voice. At first base, number 50, Yota Isobata. Stuff like that, I guess.
That was amazing. You just totally changed into a different person.
Yeah, I've found my BA announcer voice.
Yeah, that sounds good. You're creating quite a fan base. I'm sure a lot of people have passed by. You got a lot of Japanese fans. That's awesome. Well, if people want to follow you, where can they find you on social media?
I do Instagram. I post all my behind the scenes for especially baseball work, voice work. So if you want to follow me, it'll be Big Malachi.
Make sure you go and follow Malachi. Go to his page. He's got a lot of interesting stuff. If you want to see more interviews like this, subscribe to my channel. Hit the notification bell so you don't miss the next one. And yeah, well, thank you so much for your time. So your plan is to live in Japan, right?
Yeah, well, unless baseball disappears from Japan, I think I've got work. So.
No, I think there's a big demand for baseball. Well, thank you for taking the time to meet with me today, and I really appreciate it. So let's keep in touch. Hi, arigatou gozaimasu.
你可以告诉我关于长城历史吗？
长城历史啊，
对，
你啷个想？我也讲不原理嘛。我们就知道上学时候20多岁来一趟，就像这年龄了带班一趟。
啊，
别的都没有。
好的。
你是哪的人？
美国。
美国人。
美国人。对啊，我在旅游一下。对，旅游。我很喜欢历史，所以我来长城看一看。
哎，你中文说的很棒啊！
谢谢你们。
做得好。
我听说秦始皇建造了，对吧？
对对对。
第一个皇帝。
对。
对，是哪里人？
我们是中国北方的。
北方，什么城市？东北啊，东北是啊。那这是第一次来长城吗？
是的。
这是我第二次，很久以前我来了。2017年。对，你了解长城历史吗？
了解。
If you've ever looked into learning East Asian languages, you were probably told that Korean is basically the one non-tonal language. Mandarin, Cantonese, Shanghainese, essentially all Chinese languages have tones. Japanese has pitch accent. Korean is the one language where you don't have to deal with all of that. I'm sorry to tell you, but that may be changing. Let me break down the latest discovery in Korean linguistics. So in Korean, one of the first things they'll teach you is that there is a three-way distinction in stop consonants at the beginning of words. Plain consonants, aspirated consonants, and tense consonants produced by tightening of the throat. I remember my Korean teacher would hold a tissue up to her mouth and say these three words. Ga, ga, ka. This is how we were taught the difference between plain and aspirated consonants and how much they make the air move. And linguists measure it using something called voice onset time, or VOT. VOT just means how long it takes for your vocal cords to start vibrating after you've released the consonant. A little linguistics 101 lesson here. Almost all vowels are voice, meaning your vocal cords are vibrating when you produce them. But not all consonants are voiced. The consonants we're talking about here are not voiced at the beginning of words. So the VOT is how long it takes for the vowel to come in with full voicing after you've released the sound. For plain consonants, the burst of air is very short, so they have a shorter VOT. Aspirated consonants, by contrast, have a much longer burst of air or longer VOT.
In terms of focus, if you're learning words, there's a concept in speed reading is that when you read from left to right, this actually might be useful. When you read from left to right, you usually have like a vocal voice in your head when you're reading. But if you learn how to speed read, you learn to use more of your visual and your imagination at the same time to create meaning. Like you create a visual story in your head. So technically, the idea is that when I learn words, I don't rely on audio inputs, so I can pretty much listen to anything I want and learn words. Because we speed read, it's all visual learning instead of audio. So you interested in how to read without hearing audio? Just look into speed reading and how does the concept work, or pretty much just try not to self vocalize. And then when you're learning how to learn vocabulary, because in other words, just you have to look at it and create like a visual connection, right? And that's how you learn words faster. I guess I never really thought about that, or I never explained videos, because the power of like imagination plus the visual aspect of your eyes does more wonders than if you were to rely on your ears and your eyes. But they do work though. I always find that the audio is more distracting for the learning words. And so I have like, because you ever heard of Stephen Krashen in terms of zero stress and stuff? So pretty much like white noise and any cozy music tends to reduce the stress while balancing out like the stressful of you learning words. Because when you learn words, your stress gradually increases. So you have to somehow lower that to that you can get the acquisition effect, because acquisition happens when stress is zero. So as stress goes up from learning vocabulary, you need some kind of mechanism to reduce it, or kind of like a pull and push, right? So I guess the music and the audio is so I have the white noise and I have the music, the calm music to bring the stress down. So it's pretty much like a tug of war near like zero stress, and that's how I would explain it in terms of focus. But yeah, for reading, I recommend you. Okay, this is like a perfect. You see my videos. Learning a word is equivalent to meeting a new person. When you see a person, that's the word. But to learn their name, that's like the definition translated to your language. So each word represents a person, and you're gonna have to look at them and learn their name. So that's the same concept here. You look at the word and you know the definition. So when you see a person, you're not going to know their name by the first time you meet them, right? So you have to eventually see them more and more, so that you're so used to them that they're pretty much your best friend. You can look at them and you already know the name instantly. So the concept is you have to rely on your eyes and just create meaning from there. You don't need to hear sound, like you don't need them to say their name to you. See, this is the perfect concept. They don't need to say their name. You just need to know their name in general. It's like, okay, so their name is like Tyler. Like, does you see a man? His name is Tyler. That's all you need to know, because you don't need to hear him say Tyler, Tyler, Tyler. You can read it off a piece of paper and it says Tyler. So it's the same concept here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I over explained this concept about focus, but it's something useful. So this might be like very useful information for you. If not, then I can always just try to reduce the idealism of it.
Many decades, linguists have been doing research on Korean. This has been the case. However, in the past 20 years or so, linguists have started to see a shift away from this. A paper from 2014 measured the VOT of plain and aspirated consonants as produced by 170 solites and found that the VOT gap has been shrinking over the past few decades. The VOT convergence is strongest in females, and in fact, in many young female solites born in the 1980s or later, there's no longer a reliable VOT gap between the two types of consonants. So the linguists did some more digging and found that while the VOT gap between the plain and aspirated consonants have been shrinking, something else has been quietly replacing it. It's tones. The one thing that people told you Korean doesn't have, well, I hate to break it to you, but it's starting to happen to Korean. But before we go any further, a quick shout out to the sponsor of today's video, Lingq. If you're learning Korean, you've probably noticed that there is a big gap between understanding it on paper and how it sounds in real life. That's why so many people struggle to get fluent. Migaku is built from learning around real content. So, for example, you can be watching a K-drama or something on YouTube, Netflix, or Disney+. You see a word you don't know, you click it to learn its meaning instantly, and then you can turn that exact sentence into a flashcard with its original audio. They also have structured Korean courses that cover Hangul, pronunciation, grammar, and vocabulary step by step. As someone who has spent 15 years learning Korean, I can say that although Hangul is easy to learn and straightforward, Korean has dozens of sound changes that aren't officially taught, but are used on the regular. Migaku teaches them too. And one thing I really like is that you're not tied to a computer anymore. You can do the same thing on your phone. They also have an OCR feature where you can take a picture of real life Korean and instantly turn that into something you can study. Check out the link in the bio for a Julesy exclusive discount. Right now, they're offering 50% off the lifetime plan plus an additional free month on monthly and yearly plans. And with one subscription, you get access to all the language they support, not just Korean. And now, back to the video. As a native Mandarin,
Just kidding. Elo wina, elo żelo i witam w mojej kuchni. Imię legalnie nadane na chrzcie to językowy pantofel. Jestem ze Stanów Zjednoczonych Ameryki. Dzisiaj zrecenzuję język polski, otherwise formerly known as Wi-Fi password language, upgraded Russian, dancing Korean, boberski, or pierogi language. This is the 12th episode of Language Review, a series where I go through the languages of the world and review them, sort of like a film critic or a video game reviewer, but for languages, specifically from the perspective of a language learner. I'll discuss who speaks them, their grammar, their difficulty, and tons of other stuff before finally giving them an official Language Sim certified rating on the Sim scale. If you enjoy this video, let me know in the comments which language you'd like me to review next, and without further ado, lecimy z tym koksem.
Polish? I love Poland. It's my favorite country in Eastern Europe.
Eastern Europe? Don't say that. The Poles identify way more with the West. And the center of Europe is technically way over there in Lithuania, so shut up.
Oh, sorry. I'm American, so I don't know anything. I don't even know where I am on a map.
We live here now on the Gulf of America. We moved. Anyway, Polish is really only spoken in Poland, which is a country located in Eastern Europe, which means learning it really only unlocks communication DLC with one group of NPCs. But this is some quality DLC. Poland is a great place, and I went there in the winter. But aside from the sun setting at 2 p.m. and being robbed there,
Hey Zaya, are you in here? I don't know if you actually want. I think I want people to actually hear about this question. Someone named Jojo in the ask questions. If you guys are interested, I can answer this for you guys, and then I can create a separate video after this entire stream, so you guys can get first. It's actually a really good question.
there, it was.
Oh, so, okay. You actually want to know the answer to this question because someone asked a question, so I was debating if I tell you guys the answer to this question, and then I can create a separate video off of that afterwards. But technically, there's only 2 of you guys in here, so it's not that much. Okay, let's have a small discussion for fun. Give ourselves a quick break. Okay, this is a good question, actually. Actually, get a notepad. How do you stay committed to studying long term? I find studying a new language daunting. How did you get so good at conversational Mandarin? Did you only practice speaking with your teacher? Oh, that's a lot of questions. Let me actually get like a docs to mark this. This is a very good question. I think in my videos I explained it, but for the sake of someone that's not watching for 3 hours, I'll just tell you guys. All right, so the first question is how do you study long term? So technically, there's only 2 things you need is you need a goal. So you need a goal and you need the long term question. You need a goal and you need results. Ironically, the results, in order to get results, you actually need to actually do it and then realize the actual progress. And the ironic part is that the goal has to be the strongest thing that keeps you going, and it's very tough in this case because you have to be very clear of your goals. For example, I can say you need different kinds of levels of goals. You need a small goal, a medium goal, and like the final goal of life. Okay, small goals as in you can understand what you're listening to, right? Enjoy whatever show you want. Technically, another short term can be having conversations because that only lasts for like a few minutes, ironically, especially when you're starting something new. And then the medium level goal is to travel to the country and actually experience the culture at full force. And that because of that, once you go to a country and experience the foreign language at full power, as in you learned it and you completely got culture shock to the point that your body is aesthetically different, you feel different. Okay, that's a really good goal. That can only happen once you actually get there. So this is just like the medium goal, and then the long term goal is to achieve like understanding world peace, or if I learn this language, I can access like a whole world of knowledge, whole world of wisdom, right? That's like spiritual stuff. I think that would be like the ultimate final goal because you learn Arabic, apparently you can unlock spiritualism to the max. And that's where it gets very useful. I would say like, okay, yeah, you have the goal and then you have the actual results. The results are usually the things that keeps you going. So for example, an average person doesn't have statistics, right? They can use Excel. I'm pretty sure I said in the video, they use Excel. They use some kind of tracking information. You know, it says, oh, I listened for a few hours and all this many words, right? So exactly the perfect way to keep track of results is, for example, Lingq. I use Lingq, so it's not sponsored, of course, because this is just a random stream. But when you use Lingq, for example, you have access to all your stats And it's super useful because you can actually compare yourself from the past to today, because your biggest competitor is your future self, yourself and your past. So you're always going to be better than you were yesterday, that typical phrase. And for example, the biggest thing that's going to keep you from going is usually the known words. Like the more words you know, then you tend to actually keep going. Or the listening, right? Listening and known words are usually the biggest ones that keep you going. And that's pretty much the biggest aspect, because an average person doesn't keep track of anything and motivation dies instantly. So always have some kind of tracking mechanism that allows you to actually know what you're doing. And studying, how did you get so good at conversational Mandarin? Honestly, conversational Mandarin is not as hard as you think. The only problem is that can you understand what they're saying? Because conversational only gets easier when you understand the other person. So you really have to train the listening a lot, because the moment you don't understand what they're saying, it's game over. That's the end of the story. They either stop talking to you, they lost respect for you, or they switch to English, which is fine. But from there on, they only speak English to you most of the time, right? Usually, you talk to older people, they are more forgiving. They eventually let you use Mandarin to you. So improve the listening. So basically, how do you get so good at conversational Mandarin? Conversational. Listen a lot and make sure to get to the point. You understand everything the other side says. That's number one. And I guess first, talk to yourself. I always say talk to yourself. Pretty much, you want to imagine your conversations in your head. Imagine like there's a person in front of you, and then you would just try to imagine what to say, and then you respond back to your mind. You don't talk, you just think it in your head. And then the words you don't know, just use Google Translate to fill in the gaps. And then the next few times you get used to it, then you'll eventually able to say it in your mind, and then you'll be able to say it in real life eventually. Basically, practicing with teachers. The thing about teachers is that teachers only give you confidence. You either they teach you or you teach yourself. So that's one aspect. The second is the confidence aspect. To get confidence, you need to either talk to real people and that they don't really react in a weird way, and that you feel confident from that because they didn't judge you, or you actually made progress. And that's actually what is more useful, because teachers are meant for confidence and correction and speaking corrections. That's the best way to use them at its max potential. Because if they're teaching you, one, you're wasting your money, and two, you're wasting your money. Yeah, they do help you with confidence though, maybe a medium and advanced level. Because if you don't understand what they're saying, then they have to teach you, and then you're wasting time, right? When you can be speaking most of the time, like 50-50, 60-40. Oh. Yeah, so for the first question, you need a good goal and you need to actually see results, but results come after you reach a certain point. So make sure you have the good goals, do it. Once you see the results, then it's already game over from there. It's on automatic from there on. Conversational, listen a lot to the point that you understand the other side, what they're saying, and try to talk to yourself. Imagine a scenario when there's a person in front of you, and when they're talking to you, just try to respond in that language. But if you don't know the words, just use Google Translate for the gaps. And teachers only there for confidence. You don't really need them, but they do help you a lot, especially when when they understand what you're saying. Then you can definitely speak more from there, because you have to learn to speak somehow through lots of embarrassing moments, or you could pay a teacher to deal with you. But whatever floats your boat. But that's pretty much that's a good question. So there are technically 3 questions in there. I can probably just respond with that. have clear goals. Short term, medium term, long term. I guess I can use that as a response. JoJo's 053. Sure, I can do that. Share. I guess that'll be a straightforward way of doing it. You can maybe expand on your type of goal set. Is it only study time? The expanded type of goals is the short term, medium term, and long term. For example, short term is what you can use for the next 7 days. Like for example, you're in the situation you need the language now. I guess you can have short conversations. But your goal is to have short conversations. That's the short term because people can pretty much come up with any sentence on the spot. Medium term is visiting the country and experiencing culture to the max. The long term could be anything. Like for example, this can also be your long term. Like depends what your personal goal is. Or I can say achieve, I don't know, achieve fluency. Because achieve fluency is definitely a long term. Medium term is also visiting the country, but you don't get to maybe experience it completely because your language is still building. But when you hit long term, you definitely want to visit the country for sure. Take advantage. You want pretty much, if you were thrown in the country, how long can you survive? Like if you can answer that question, and if it's not longer than like a year, you got some work to do. Is it only study time? In terms of what? But those goals aren't quantifiable. Yeah, that's kind of a thing. These are personals. Yeah, you can determine what you consider your short term, medium term, long term. Because generally in the end, we all got to think like long term is 3 to 5 years, medium term is like 1 year, short term is probably a week, 1 day. It can be anything from 1 day to 1 month. Because that's pretty short term, right? One month, because people tend to give up easily. So you might as well be realistic or match them and say, okay, maybe they can study for 1 month and then they just end it from there forever and they don't ever continue, which is kind of ironic because once they reach that point, then okay, they just think, okay, this is enough. I can say hi to someone, I can probably order food at the end. That's all they need. Like that can be short term. Like you can do that. You can do that instantly. You can learn the phrases super easy, but medium term is gonna be more like you focusing more on the listening. So I guess that's a good way of saying short term is short conversations. You can say some phrases. Medium term, visiting the country and experiencing culture just experiencing some of the culture, because you can't unlock the full power of the country unless you're very high, like B2. Maybe B2 is when you can actually unlock the country to almost its max potential. Look, if you're C1 and C2, you're pretty much a PhD, which is technically not a normal person's condition. So like, I speak English as my native, but I think maybe C1 is more realistic for me because I am not that smart to be C2 because the way they talk, they use very high level words, and I don't get the point of C2. Like if you understand what the other person's saying, and you can watch whatever videos you can, I think that's a pretty good long-term goal. Medium term is that okay, I can use the example. Short term is that I can attend class and I can speak more and more, like very little. So that's Korean, for example. I attend class, I don't understand everything, and I don't speak too well. So a short term is just to en- enjoy the process of attending class, speak something, understand what they're saying, and then make some mistakes. Sure, that's short term. That gives you the adrenaline already from there. Yeah, B2 is definitely enough. Exactly. If you ever heard of Steve Kaufman, B2 is he claims is enough. Like Mandarin, I'll say maybe I'm B2 in Mandarin. C1 in Mandarin is pretty much me going to college or working because I don't have my Mandarin is definitely not enough to go work. I could probably do like a boba shop job at best, but corporate job, no. Like people that move to the country, that you have no choice but to be a C1. Like you have to take that to the max. You have to prepare for every situation that exists, and it never ends because there's always gonna be some kind of new word. My accent, honestly, based on what other teachers told me, they said that my accent is more like a Cantonese accent. It's very obvious it's foreign, but they understand me. So because some people can say that I don't speak that well. Well, okay, do you understand what I'm saying? And it pretty much it's not a big. They can understand you. They probably say I can understand you, but it's like it's not perfect. I said okay, perfection is not the goal, right? Like if they understand what you're saying and they're not cringe, like they don't give you like the cringe weird look, or you can have a normal conversation. They don't switch to English fast. You're pretty much done. Because the perfection is technically maybe for work, but like if a white guy speaks Mandarin with an accent or something, it's not perfect, and the other person is happy to talk to that guy without changing to English, he did pretty good. Yeah, I'll say my accent is it's very obvious. I'm uh, I'm from a foreign country. They all tell me it's very obvious. Some say I have like Cantonese accent, maybe Shenzhen accent, right? But it's very obvious that I have accent. I cannot claim I'm fluent in Mandarin. I wish I could say I'm fluent in listening, but speaking, I always tell my teachers, "You understand me?" They said, "Oh yeah, it's not that hard to understand." I said, "Okay, see, we're good. We're good." Yeah, only like one teacher gave me like the look, but that's when I was in my second year and learning, and because that's what I was starting, right? Because you can always improve the accent through shadowing. Like Alexander Agayas' videos, he tells you how to shadow. Like if you want perfection, then you do the shadowing thing, but it does take a while, maybe like a year of consistent 5-10 minute sessions every single day, nonstop. And you have to be so consistent that when you do it every day, then you do hit your goal. Your accent is pretty much closest as possible, but the closer you are to the accent of perfection, the more work you have to put in. So I thought, what's the opportunity cost of spending so much time to improve the accent, but you can just improve the listening? And like, okay, do they understand you? Perfect. Do they cringe when you talk to them? No. Okay, I think you're doing good, because if you speak and they switch to English, you have problems when you're speaking. If you speak to them and they give you the look like I didn't understand you, okay, then you have some work to do, right? Like once you reach those two obstacles, once those are gone, you're done. Yeah, so B2 is pretty good. B2 is the ability to speak at almost everything you can, just not at a very high academic level. Because academic is like C1, C2, in my opinion. If you went to like college, that's probably C1. If you went to PhD, that's like C2. Yeah, or you want to talk to like some old guy about politics and stocks, then that's definitely C2, C1 level. But how often are you gonna talk to an old guy about that kind of stuff? We usually just talk to our friends. We all talk very casual, but you don't need that much. I'm not sure how quantifiable. Okay, yeah, the long term can be whatever you want. Most people say like visit the country or marry someone. Usually, like a very clear goal is to marry someone, or romance is like the biggest one. Love, right? Yeah. When I started, if you see my videos, when I started, my first year was my short term. It was because of romance, like love, Chinese girls. Like that kept me going for the first year, and that was like the strongest start to begin with. Love. If you have significant others, they're definitely going to be a good source of motivation. Medium term. So I had like 4 stages of each year. So first year was Chinese girls. Second was culture.
And then third year was talking to people, like talking to old people and getting wisdom from them. 4, I just reached this dead end of, okay, I have it. Now I feel normal again, like as if I never learned the language. So it's technically only 3 stages. Like it could be romance. So these are short, medium, and long term. It's like your first 3 years, right? The first year could be your short term. Second year could be your medium, and the third could be your max potential. This is like the best way I can describe it, right? So the short term could be 0 to 1 year mark, and then medium term could be 1 to 2 year mark, and then long term could be 3+. Yeah. So I say my personal short term was that romance kept me going. So I want to date a Chinese girl. That's just like an example, right? And I had that thought for the first year, and it got me through so much of the hard obstacles. Back then, I didn't have that, and it was such a pain in the butt because I had to. In the past, I had no goals, I had no statistics, so I pretty much keep giving up. I had Lingq, but Lingq back then sucked, but it was terrible for Mandarin. The platform was slow. There's no content to actually learn from. It's all poetry and history and random stuff. So thank God for all the new YouTube videos that came out about Mandarin. And then the second year, what kept me going was the actual results from the first years at all the word count, and then I started listening like a lot more, like the 8 hours a day thing. And once you see results, you never stop. It's a drug, and it's gonna keep going forever. You're either gonna master a language and just stop there, or you get addicted and you keep wanting more languages. So that's kind of, you either become one of the 2 paths. You either become in love with the one language, or you become like a polyglot. So it's one or the other. Because I think I mentioned this a few days ago, 2 days ago, about Plato's. He had a good quote that says, Plato's, marry a good woman or become a philosopher. So this is like my closest analogy to that. Like if you get a good wife, you'll be happy. If you get a bad one, you become a philosopher. So this guy probably had like the worst marriage possible. So in this context, you can probably say that if I'm satisfied with the one language, you'll be happy. If you're not satisfied, you'll become a polyglot. See, that's like that's like the perfect way of describing it. Like once you get there, okay, you have to get there to even get to this point. So when you learn your first language as an adult, like not child, as an adult, that you either become one of the 2 paths. You satisfied with the one language, which most people do because they either marry someone from that culture, or they think it's already too much work, or you just get addicted and do more. So which is like Lucas, Steve Kaufman, right? They bridged out. So they pretty much thought, okay, the one is not enough. I just want to learn more. But they thought they did it because of culture. So culture is technically the biggest thing that lets you diversify your language arsenal in general. Yeah, but that was a very good question. So short term 0 1 year, medium term 1 to 2. So just like the quantifiable. So does that make sense for the quantifiable part? Let's see. Yeah, but you have more questions, just throw it in here. I don't know if Snor Bolak's you in this Discord, but if you'd like to join Discord, I can see the link, and then you can always just throw a question here. I'm gonna make a video of this after this video, and then I have to pretty much remember everything I just said to you guys just now. But you pretty much got like the easy version. You got it first. So I think you said you need around 2,000 hours of active listening for Mandarin to have proficient comprehension. What do you think is the equivalent amount for, say, for French? Honestly, okay. Here's like the thing, FSI language. Here's how I quantify the 2,000 hours. Oh, shoot. You probably never thought about it like this, but if you think about the FSI, right? That doesn't help. Let me find something easier. Give me a second.
think there should be like a chart somewhere. They had like numbers. Shoot. Okay, yeah, this one. The FSI have a similar thing. They said FSI, how many hours to learn Mandarin, right? 2,200 hours. Okay, when they tell you 2,200 hours, they probably just think of overall studying time. Okay, let's think about this in the reality. It should be 2,200 hours of active listening. So in my case, I probably didn't even do even close to that, because if I already did like 1 hour every day of active listening for the last 4 years, right? So I would say 365 times 4 times 1. So I did about 1,460 active listening. Like I sat on this dang chair, watched the dang YouTube video as you saw me did before, and then that's just pretty much the quantification. So that's why it says for the language, I think there's charts that said Mandarin you learn, let's see, blah, 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 blah. Like think about all these hours, replace them with overall studying with listening. Like you sit on this chair, you have a transcript, and then you listen, and that's pretty much how many hours you would need ideally. You did like 1 hour a day every single day because my strategy is long-term based. So, but the thing is, once you hit a certain results, you never stop. So pretty much you might become someone like me. But the thing is, but my life is more, this is the only hobby I have, and I exercise or do this, right? Replace all the bad habits, and every leftover remaining time goes to this, because it's very satisfying, because you do improve no matter what you do. And the improvement is what's very addicting, like going to the gym. Muscles bigger, more motivation. See? So, 2000, yeah. French, what does French say? Okay. If French says 585 hours, okay, that means you probably need 585 active listening hours. So if you did 1 hour every day, it's of listening only. You sit on this chair, you listen, and you have a transcript. So it'll take you 585 days. That's about a year and a half. You listen every day, right? Like you have audio and you have a transcript. But the thing is, if you use like Language Reactor, right, your progress is gonna be a little bit faster, or it's gonna be the quality of the listening is a lot higher. So if you do Language Reactor for an hour every day for 585 hours, you're pretty much like way beyond better than someone that just uses a dictionary, gets a transcript, and listen. So like you can kind of see the efficiency difference from technology that gives you an instant translation compared to you have to manually look for the book, right? Language React gives you instant translation, 0.1 second, dictionary 30 seconds to a minute. So the efficiency gap is so huge right there. So there's that right there. All right. Yeah, so that's pretty much that question. Now it's back to your regular scheduled program.
전에 3년 전에 유퀴즈에 나왔을 때도 여행 취미 맛집 아무것도 안 내킨다. 예. 평소에는 좀 어떻게 시간을 보냅니까?
아무것도 안 하는 것 같아요.
뭐 여행을 간다거나.
별로 안 좋아요. 그 여행지의 그 풍경은
네.
No problem. No problem. I'll still be here. I appreciate you letting me know, though. I'll be here. I'm just gonna go take a nap and I'm just gonna get ready for part 2. More studying. Oh, I really like that French with the Panage podcast. Good recommendation. Yeah, it's pretty good, especially for intermediate. Around intermediate level, especially when you increase the speed of it, makes you feel like it's very native-like speed. It's really good practice. We have to encounter real-life situations. I'm just gonna take a quick nap to get the full reset of the brain, so I only need 15 minutes. So I'll just be here. So feel free to come back 15 minutes or just chill.
Great. Just kidding. I was absolutely not robbed in Poland. Crime was eradicated.
하고 있어요.
깜짝 놀랐어. 장현이도 그렇고 지효도 그렇고 여유가 너무 있고 엄청 자연스러운 거야. 방송할 때.
진짜로요?
네.
저 맨날 긴장하고 맨날 식은땀 흘리고 맨날 식은땀 흘리고
아직도 긴장해?
응. 맨날 그래요. 네.
하나도 티 안 나요.
그래요? 맛있어요?
근데 사실 제일 긴장 안 하는 사람 찌인 거 알지? 근데 사실 제일 긴장 안 하는 사람 찌인 거 알지?
근데 오히려 MC를 해보니까 근데 오히려 MC를 해보니까 게스트로 나갈 때 마음이 편해진 것 같아.
왜?
MC의 몫이 엄청 많다고 느껴져가지고 너무 부담 주는 건 아니긴 한데 너무 부담 주는 건 아니긴 한데 MC가 해야 될 게 되게 많구나라는 걸 느껴서 게스트 그냥 거기 따라가면 되는구나. 게스트 그냥 거기 따라가면 되는구나. 이거를 좀 많이 느껴가지고 오늘 열심히 따라가려고요.
저도요.
쯔위는 안 하고 싶어요? 너무 잘할 것 같은데 쯔위도.
뭔가 제가 뭔가 이렇게 말 정리하는 게 좀 어려운 게 있어가지고.
근데 그게 매력이야.
그니까.
근데 많이 늘고 왔긴 해요.
근데 진짜 많이 늘었어요, 옛날보다. 제가 대화한 적은 없지만 오늘 정말 지겨웠어요를 본 시청자로서 너무 많이 늘었어요, 말이.
네, 감사합니다.
쯔위는 이번에 그 솔로 활동하면서
런어웨이.
네.
네.
하면서 어른이 된 느낌? 네, 많이 느꼈나 봐요. 뭔가. 네.
어땠어요? 그 혼자 준비하는 그 느낌이 어땠어요?
어려울 거라고 생각했는데 진짜 생각한 대로 어려웠고 배운 것들도 많았던 것 같아요. 하기 잘했다?
저는 개인적으로 솔로 준비할 때 진짜 너무너무 힘들었거든요. 나연이는 어떻게 했지 싶을 정도로 부담도 되고 체력적으로도 안 되고 그래서 쯔위가 한다고 했을 때 너무 걱정되는 거예요. 쯔위가 되게 혼자 잘 울어요. 그래가지고 울까봐 너무 걱정돼서 팀장님한테 쯔위 잘 챙겨달라 막 그걸 엄청 했는데 야 니보다 더 잘해 쯔위 잘 챙겨달라 막 그걸 엄청 했는데 야 쯔위 잘 챙겨달라 막 그걸 엄청 했는데 야 니보다 더 잘해 뭐 칙칙하게 잘하고 있어 그래가지고
누가 누구 걱정해?
그래서 아 그래요?
그래, 또 강단이 있어 보여요, 쯔위가. 하고 싶은 게 딱 분명했나 보다. 솔로로 보여주고 싶은 게.
네.
헤메코가 진짜 너무 예뻤어요.
맞아 너무 예뻤어 진짜.
그걸 다 했어요, 진짜.
뭘 해도 사실은 뭐
아니 근데 옛날부터 좀 억울했던 게 데뷔 초반부터 쯔위가 너무 예쁘니까 모든 사람들이 쟤는 성형을 너무 많이 했다.
진짜 아니 딱 봐도 안 한 것 같은데.
저희 하나도 안 했어요.
엄마 뱃속에 성형을 하고 왔어요.
왜 그래 오늘?
방수해줘 때문에 그런 거 아니야? 약간 뭐라고 해야지?
딱 사케 느낌인 것 같긴 한데 나는. 사케
느낌인데 고소한 맛?
고소한 맛.
고소한 맛이라는 맛을 알까?
네.
고소한 거 말고 고소한 거.
고소한 거? 몰라요.
근데 어떻게 얘기해야 돼? 고소한 거?
맛이 깊다?
맞아. 약간 그런 느낌. 한국말 너무 잘하는
그러면 선배님은 이제 필름 끊긴 적이 없어요?
한 번 있어요.
태어나서 한 번이요? 태어나서 한 번이요?
네.
어머.
아 이런 게 필름이 끊기는 건가 하고 아 이런 게 필름이 끊기는 건가 하고 아 이런 게 필름이 끊기는 건가 하고 충격받아가지고 그 다음엔 그 정도까지 마신 적이 없는 거예요. 그 다음엔 그 정도까지 마신 적이 없는 거예요. 마신 적 있다. 생각해보니까 또 있는데.
계속 나와.
필름 끊겨본 적 있어요?
젊을 때.
지금 젊잖아.
아니 나
애기 때.
네, 20살 초반에.
20살 초반이면 이해해. 나 거의 얼마 전이야. 쯔위는 그러면 없겠네. 필름 끊겨본 적. 필름 끊겨본 적.
저 있어요.
있어요?
언니들의 집에서 가족들이랑 같이
당연히 공간을
엄마들도 막 편하게 마셔 하니까 저 진짜 너무 편하게 막 마셨어요.
진짜 편하게 마셨어요.
우와.
그래서 처음으로 필름 끊겼고
근데 너무 귀여운 게 계속 자기 술이 안 취했대요. 혼자서 막 걸어보겠다는 거예요. 자기 혼자서. 나 안 취했어.
보여주겠다.
그래서 일자로 걷다가 계속 주저앉고 그때는 근데 저희가 술을 많이 안 먹을 때였어요. 그래서 자기 주량을 모르고 좀 그럴 때였어.
지효는 당연히 있을 거고.
왜요? 저거 물어봐주세요.
근데 지연이 취한 거 본 적이 없는 거.
거짓말.
막 엄청 많지 본 적이 없어.
근데 저는 필름은 잘 안 끊겨요.
오.
전 나 진짜 취했다 싶으면 술이 안 먹어요.
근데 다시 마시잖아.
많이 줄였어요.
근데 나는
먹어요.
근데 다시 마시잖아.
많이 줄였어요.
근데 나는 지효랑 그때 둘이서 봤는데도 너무 재밌었어.
거의 첫 만남이었는데 둘이서 보고.
몇 시간 있었어? 꽤 오래
진짜 한
있었어.
3-4시간 쓰다 봤던 것 같아.
진짜 좀 대단하다.
왜? 아이예요?
아니요, 저 언니랑 똑같아요.
맞아. 좋겠다 그랬어.
네. ESFJ. 네.
역시.
근데 저는 뭔가 이렇게 만나자 해놓고 안 만나는 스타일이거든요.
맞아. 얘는 진짜 그래.
네.
언니도 알아. 근데 약간 쯔위가 전곡을 잘 찌르네.
네.
언니
맞아.
알아? 이렇게. 왜요?
귀찮아요.
엄청. 그럼 너한테 수많은 거절당한 연예인들이 계실 텐데.
귀찮은 거였어?
귀찮은 거지. 저는 인정해야 돼요.
그치.
네, 이건 너무
거짓말 하기엔 또.
동현이를 보려면 좀 그렇게 해야 돼. 계속 찔러야 돼. 오늘 저녁에 뭐해? 밥 먹을래? 그러다가 저녁에 약속이 없거나 뭐 일이 없는 날 그날 이렇게 딱 잡으면 좀 볼 수 있다.
그날은 스페셜한 날이네.
저는 근데 그 새로운 친구를 만나는 거를 어려워요.
어렵죠.
네. 연차가 쌓이다 보니까 나를 어떻게 생각하는지부터 생각이 드는 거예요.
너무 소심하다 너.
계속 말만 하면 둘이.
내가 나이가 들면서 뭔가 선배기도 하고 막 이러니까 그때는 내가 이 친구한테 뭘 해줘야 되지? 밥 사줘야 되고 뭘 해줘야 돼? 이걸 생각이 너무 많은 거예요. 그래서 그러면 차라리 안 만나는 게 낫겠다. 네.
그게 뭔가 부담스러울 수도
네,
있으니까.
그 친구한테도 부담스러울 수도 있고
그럼 누구랑 친해요, 장현인? 제일 좋지. 멤버들이랑 친하면 제일 좋지.
네. 멤버들이랑 제일 친하고 제일 편하고
근데 트와이스가 컨텐츠가 정말 많더라.
그래요?
자체적으로 하는 예능도 있고
맞아요.
또 개별적으로 예능도 하고 하는 거 보니까 정말 10년 차인데도 너무 열심히 하는 느낌이라서
근데 그런 것도 있어요. 오히려 일을 안 하고 쉬는 그런 좀 시간이 생기면 확실히 내가 너무
게으른가? 뭔가
그런 생각이 들더라고. 안 그러고 싶은데 쉴 때는 쉴 줄도 알아야 된다고 생각하는데 욕심이 많은지
지효 나 혼자 산다만 봐도 너무 바빠.
성격이긴 해요. 본가가도 약간 계속 입을 털어야 되고 나 약간 그런 느낌이거든요. 성격이긴 해요. 본가가도 약간 계속 입을 털어야 되고 나 약간 그런 느낌이거든요.
갓생이다 갓생.
나 아무것도 안 하면 심심하고 열심히 살면 힘들고
그 심심함을 좀 즐겨봐야 되나 봐.
맞아.
영원 심심함을 즐겨라.
건강하다.
즐겨봐야 되나 봐.
맞아.
영원 심심함을 즐겨라.
건강하다 쯔위가.
제가 근데 나온산을 보면서 각성을 많이 했어요.
그래 맞아. 이거를 객관적으로 봐야 느낀다니까 정말.
맞아.
그래 맞아. 이거를 객관적으로 봐야 느낀다니까 정말.
맞아. 그렇게 쉬는 날 열심히 살려고 노력하지 않는다. 딱 그렇게 쉬는 날 열심히 살려고 노력하지 않는다. 딱 중요한 거 한두 개만 한다.
너무 좋다. 너무 좋아. 너 어때?
칭찬해야 될 것 같아.
너무 칭찬해야지.
그래.
그럼.
쉼을 배우는 중이다. 어때?
그렇게 살아보니까 어때?
너무 좋아요.
너무 좋지.
너무
그래.
좋고 옛날에는 막 진짜 자는 시간 엄청 늦고 그랬는데 요즘에는 일찍 자고 일찍 일어난단 말이죠. 그런 것도 너무 좋아요.
일찍 자고 일찍 일어난다고? 내 의도는 이게 아니었는데. 쯔위는 쉴 때 뭐예요?
집에서 드라마 볼 거 있으면 보고 먹고 아무 생각 안 하고 강아지랑 놀고 그러는 것 같아.
맞아. 사실 보통 그렇지. 입을 털지 않지 보통. 휴가 때 누가 이불을 털어? 정연이가 반려동물이 6마리란 소문이 있던데?
아니 근데 이게 본집에서 2마리, 제가 2마리 듣고 있고 언니가
6마리란 소문이 있던데?
아니 근데 이게 본집에서 2마리, 제가 2마리 듣고 있고 언니가 이제 1마리 이렇게 듣고 있어요.
5마리 아니에요 그러면?
근데 제가 2마리 듣고 있고 언니가 이제 1마리 이렇게 듣고 있어요.
5마리 아니에요 그러면?
근데 지금 언니가 도마뱀을 입양해가지고 도마뱀까지 이거 처음 말하는 거야 방송에서. 언니한테 모르겠어. 그냥 나가주세요.
언니 꺼주세요. 영상 꺼주세요.
언니 보지 말아주세요.
그거 봤는데 언니가 때린다고.
승현 언니랑 싸워가지고 눈 피터면서 오고 그 언니가 뭘래? 그거 보고 방송 보고
그래 방송 보고 뭐라 그랬어?
방송 보고 겁나 많았죠.
방송 보고
그래 방송 보고 뭐라 그랬어요?
방송 보고 겁나 많았죠.
방송 보고 맞았다는 걸 방송에 얘기해서 그거 보고 또 맞았는데 또 그것까지 얘기해서 또 맞겠네.
아 근데 언니잖아요. 때린 적 없으세요?
뭔가요?
아 근데 언니잖아요. 때린 적 없으세요?
뭔가요?
에이 이건 동생한테 물어봐야 돼. 맞은 적 있으세요? 진짜로요?
때린 적은 있어.
너가 나를? 언제?
같이 이렇게 이불 덮고 그래도 이불 덮어주고 때려는 거 먹는 거.
그니까. 그거는 그래도 좋은
매너.
언니다.
매너.
遊ぼう。かわいい。猫だ。猫してるよ。あ、捕まっちゃった。上手。あ、捕まっちゃった。上手。おいで。おいで。おいでおいで。あ、ちょっともう飽きちゃったようです。あ、ちょっともう飽きちゃったようです。終わりにします。廊下にはこんな感じでお手洗いや洗面台などがあります。廊下にはこんな感じでお手洗いや洗面台などがあります。洗面台もいろんなアメニティがあって、とても親切です。他にも電子レンジやオーブン、そしてポットなど何でも揃ってますね。今日は車でここまで来たんですけど、近くにコンビニがあったり、ドラッグストアがあったり、車で来たら全然不便はなさそうですね。さっきお外に遊びに行ってて今帰ってきました。ふさおっていうらしい。ふさふさ。めっちゃかわいい。ふさふさ。めっちゃかわいい。でもあんまり抱っこ好きじゃなさそう。じゃあいいよ、逃げても。はい。猫ちゃんたち抱っこしすぎて、ストッキングがめっちゃ伝染しまくりです。まあ猫がいたらそういうもんか。ふさお。めっちゃかわいい。かわいいな。この子は男の子だそうです。まあ、そうだよね。名前からしてふさおだもんね。今から夜ご飯を食べるんですけど、猫ちゃんたちは夜ご飯の時間はここにいちゃいけないらしいんですよ。だから、バイバイ。ということで私は一人で夜ご飯を食べたいと思います。宿の中にもこんな感じでちょっとしたご飯などが売られています。見て、カップ麺100円だって。めっちゃ安くないですか？日用品も少し売られていますね。お、そしてビールも売ってますね。ビールは200円。まあ私は禁酒中だから飲まないですけどね。じゃあちょっと私はコンビニに行ってくるね。夜ご飯を買ってきました。今日はその場にプランにしたので、近くのスーパーでお刺身を買ってきました。ここは伊豆ということもあって、結構ね、お刺身も新鮮で美味しそうなんだよね。しかも夜行ってから割引ついてる。ラッキー。ネギタラタン。あと中華クラゲ美味しそうだから買ってみました。 それじゃあいただきます。乾杯。いや、これは違うんですよ。やっぱり猫宿に来たので、今日は飲まなきゃということで買っちゃいました。スーパーとはいえ、今日めちゃくちゃ贅沢なご飯買っちゃったな。いや、でもここの宿結構安かったんですよ。一人一泊5000円だったんですよ。めっちゃ安くないですか？すごいリーズナブルな値段だったので、食卓もこんなに豪華になりました。いやー、猫がいたらね、もっとご飯も楽しいんですけどね。お魚は取られちゃうということで、入れちゃいけないそうなんですよ。全然私は取られてもいいけど、猫がね、あんま人間のご飯食べると良くないっていうのは、あるから、ご飯中は猫ちゃん我慢します。プリップリのめちゃくちゃ美味しい。割引シールが貼られてるお刺身とは思えない。猫ちゃんが結構お部屋に来てくれるんですけど、多分私人気というよりかは、ここのお部屋にお気に入りスポットがあって、窓際だったりとか、ここの椅子とかに座ってくれるんですよ。ここの椅子とかに座ってくれるんですよ。でも椅子を独占されててもね、全然幸せです。もう来てくれることがありがたい。時々猫ちゃんが奇跡的に私に集まってくることがあるんですよ。わ、かわいいって思ってカメラを回すと逃げちゃうんだよね。カメラに映りたくないのかな。私は結構もう猫めちゃくちゃ可愛いっていうのを実感してるんですけど、動画撮れてるか不安。ちょっと一人で楽しんじゃってるかもしれないです。もう致死量の猫を摂取したい方とか、猫が大好きな方にはすごいおすすめの宿です。中華黒がめっちゃうまい。ご飯食べ終わってみんながお部屋に来てくれました。かわいい。ふーちゃん、ぽーちゃん、ずーちゃん、ギョロちゃんおいで。ギョロちゃんは一番コミュ障らしいんですけど、なかなかお部屋に入ってくれません。おいで、こっちだよ。
My Japanese level, maybe listening B1 but speaking A0 because I haven't really started speaking. So, but I'll just say I separate them by speaking and listening. Listening maybe B1, speaking A0.
ご飯食べ終わってみんなでお昼寝中です。
Reading? I guess B1 or B2. I have all the vocabulary. I don't really read much, but every time I read all the subtitles here, I can understand it. So that's how I judge my reading. If you really put me like in the country with reading, maybe I barely would understand everything. So maybe like B1 around there.
昼ってか夜だけど、みんな眠そうにしてる。今日は私のお部屋で寝るのかな？ぜひ寝てください。この子はポーちゃん。めっちゃ可愛い。結構来てくれるんだよね。けど撫でて喜んでるのか喜んでないのかよくわかんないんだよね。嬉しいか？今猫ちゃんが2匹私の部屋で
In how much time? Maybe a year or two? Let me see. I just judge myself by listening. So To be really consistent, we could say about 1 year ago. 1 year is like when the listening started to kick off a lot. So 1 year's time. Honestly, it's okay because only the real impressive thing is when you actually put me in front of a Japanese person, that's the real test. So I'll just tell myself I'm still at the bottom, which of course it makes sense. Like the numbers, it could be it's big and all, but it doesn't really prove anything until you actually put me in the ring with another native speaker. But yeah, no words are kind of high, but honestly, the no words aren't that impressive. Usually, it's the listening that's actually impressive. So the real listening really started last year and a half, somewhat. A lot of work though. No, Chinese is a lot. Chinese is so much easier. I'm telling you. I think out of the three, Korean, Japanese, Chinese is the easiest. It's the hardest to start, but once you're there, it's the easiest of all three languages because Korean, Japanese, you're forever learning all the rules. It never ends. Like it might be slightly easier, but it's still going to be difficult no matter how the further you get. So once you get conversational level, it just gets very hard. But if your goal is conversational, then that's just your plateau. Then you don't really need much after that. Yeah, grammar. Uh, it's all grammar. I would say grammar for Mandarin is super easy, short, long term. So because grammar for Chinese is like very low, so it can be. So the construction of sentences in real time is a lot easier in Mandarin, but Korean, Japanese, you need to have like so much time spent just on learning how to create sentences throughout your mind. So maybe it takes about 5 times the amount of work just to learn how to speak for Korean, Japanese to Mandarin, because learning how to speak is different because you're not used to that pattern. So yeah, the grammar exactly.
で寝てるんですけど、今猫ちゃんが2匹私の部屋で寝てるんですけど、地べたで寝ててかわいそうなので、今からシャワーに行く前にお布団を先に引いてあげたいと思います。よいしょ。ごめんね、怖いよね、あんまり動いてたら。よいしょ。お、見て、枕も猫ちゃんだ。かわいい。あんまりバタバタやったらびっくりさせちゃうので、優しく逃がさないようにしないと。よいしょ。よし、お布団が引けました。ということで私はシャワーを浴びていきたいと思います。あ、ふーちゃんが来てくれた。かわいい。ふーちゃん。シャワー終わってお部屋に戻ってきたら、猫ちゃんたちがまた遊びに来てくれてました。
Hey man, have we talked before? This username reminds me of someone. It's just a feeling, but welcome.
今日は一緒に寝る？なんか私監視されてますね。寝るところまで監視されてるなんて。猫腹ってやつかな。画面には映ってないんですけど、あっち側につーちゃんとギョロちゃんもいます。
You're the one that's survived in China for the last 6 months. The last time we talked was 6 months ago. How is your Mandarin now? How was it 6 months ago when you talked to me compared to now?
います。ちなみにギョロちゃんは私のスーツケースに入ってます。そこが落ち着く。
Wow, you passed HSK4? Dang, man, you're better than me. Congratulations. I remember last time we talked, you were telling me like you're struggling and you had like very few words. Then did you like improve a lot, or what exactly happened in the 6 months?
くんだね。そこが落ち着くんだね。ギョロちゃんはコミュ障って聞いたんですけど、ギョロちゃんはコミュ障って聞いたんですけど、私もキョロちゃんなので気持ちがめっちゃわかります。私もキョロちゃんなので気持ちがめっちゃわかります。
Can I ask if any of the stuff I told you like 6 months ago did it actually improved your speed of learning, or you found a completely different method? Otherwise, that's completely awesome. HSK4 is pretty hard because I don't think I can even do HSK4. I don't even do HSK anything.
毛づくろい中。毛づくろい中。
I tried your way to watch Dadu Chinese. I don't even know what Dadu Chinese is. Is that a channel? Is that a channel I gave you a long time ago? Oh, Dashu Chinese. Dashu, right? Actually, I can pull it right here. It's like these guys. Like these guys, right? Dashu Chinese Mandarin. 4 people? Yeah. So, okay, so you're telling me you watched these guys and then you actually improved a lot? Or did you notice the difference?
ということで私もそろそろ寝たいと思います。私が着ているこのゴロン、ここにも実は猫がいるんですよ。よいしょ。
Yes, but I want other people. I don't understand what that means. You have to explain that sentence.
寝るか？それじゃあおやすみなさい。
That was boring. Okay, it's fine. But you made progress, right? It works. It might be boring, but it works.
おはようございます。起きたらふさおが頭の上にいました。起きたらふさおが頭の上にいました。
Wait, isn't it like 3 a.m. there? Aren't you supposed to be asleep?
起きたらふさおが頭の上にいました。ふさお、おはよう。ちょっと待って、今カメラ回してるからお尻の穴はダメだよ。お尻の穴はダメだよ。お尻の穴はダメだよ。昨日はふさおが一緒に寝てくれました。昨日はふさおが一緒に寝てくれました。おかげでぐっすり寝れました。ねえ、来てくれてたね。本当に猫は気分屋すぎて、ポーちゃんとフーちゃんも横にいたんですけど、起きたらいなくなってましたね。かわいいな。実は私、ふさお推しなんですよ。
My daughter watched YouTube, bad habit. So you're up awake with her.
ふさふさしててめっちゃかわいい。長毛の猫ってかわいいですよね。みんなにもかわいいお顔見せてあげてもいい？ちょっと待ってよ。よいしょ。みんなにもかわいい顔をおすそ分け。かわいい。これは尻ポジトントン棒と言って、お尻を叩くとめっちゃ喜ぶんですよ。うそ。叩くよ。こんな感じで叩くと。気持ちいいか？これ喜んでるのかわかんないんですけど、これやると喜ぶって聞きました。次はカリカリご飯。どうぞ。あ、かわいい。めちゃくちゃ上品に食べてくれる。
Are you still on Lingq by chance? Like, do you still use the app, or you stopped completely? How's your Arabic language? I'm pausing Arabic right now. I'm only focusing on 10. Pretty much the list you see here. These are the 10 I'm doing right now. Are you trying to learn Japanese? Yeah. it's actually one of my languages I'm trying to do. So I have like daily tasks up here. So Japanese is pretty much done. I'm just doing an extra few rounds, just listening. But nice to have you, gone 6368. You're new here, so nice for you to join. It's just me listening, practice, so not too crazy. But any questions, just feel free to ask, or we can just chat.
朝めっちゃ可愛くて、私がトイレじゃなくて、
May I ask where are you from? Like, how do you know about this channel, or me, or the stream?
洗面台に行ったらついてきて、でお部屋に帰ってきたらまたついてきて、ずっとテクテク。
I mean, like, okay, what is your level of Japanese? Listening, like, B1, speaking A0, because I don't practice speaking until later. How many languages do I speak? Okay. How many languages do I speak well? 4. English, Mandarin, Vietnamese, and Spanish. And then everything else is just all in listening stage. And I'm just listening a lot, and then the speaking comes later. That's just my approach. YouTube just recommended you. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, it's not too perfect. So you might be bored in this channel because you're just watching me do some studying. If you ever heard about the application called Lingq, then you might know me from there. But you just, this channel is just more of Q&As or just watching me grind in 10 languages. But yeah, feel free to stay and chat if you want. It's just gonna be annoying for the audio, so don't mind me.
ついてきてくれるの。もう可愛い。ふさおは一番動画に映ってくれてるから報酬たくさんあげるよ。報酬たくさんあげるよ。ふさお。で、ふさん。あれなんかめっちゃ来た。可愛い。チュールあげるね。なんかゴロゴロ言ってるんだけど。
Are you learning Japanese too? I'm guessing because you have a Japanese profile picture. Wait a second. Is that the Darling anime? No. That hairstyle is very familiar. Chinese. Oh, okay. It is Darling. Okay, got it. Yeah, so for Mandarin Chinese, I actually got a video on it. It's actually what I'm known for my channel is my Mandarin that I studied 10,000 hours on an application called Lingq. So if you're ever curious or any tips, I recommend listening to this 10,000 hours because I listened 10,000 hours and my ears bleed, but that's a whole different crazy story. But if you ever heard of Lingq, highly recommend it for Mandarin Chinese, super great. But other than that, yeah. You just came from YouTube, then there's not really much for me to say, but ask questions anytime, and I'll give you a direct answer anytime. Sounds good, man. Oh, Italian. Yeah, Italian's pretty good. Actually learning Italian too. That language is actually pretty simple. It just takes time, of course, because languages you can't really rush them at all. I wish you can, but you really can't. I speak Spanish. Hablas español. Vamos, perfecto. Por este tipo de transmisión. Now I have subscribed to an app called Do Chinese because I recently started my master's program. Master's in Chinese? Yes, dang, man. Sometimes I feel embarrassed when the professor asks me questions or asks me to read aloud. To be honest, that's anyone, even in our own native language. Like, how? Even I wouldn't want to do that. Like, speak out loud. Like, imagine doing presentations, because that's already a pain in the butt in itself. Copyright free music. Okay. But you're HSK4, I mean, you definitely speak really well by now. Even you should probably be the master, and I'm just a student. Well, at least it's just a video. Honestly, you can do the video presentation. You can definitely do it. It's more straightforward. Dos tu consejos para alguien novatos en aprendizaje de idiomas. Creo que mi opinión de este tema es que necesitas muchos de vocabularios y escuchar muchos de videos sobre podcast o hay videos sobre dos personas en un ambiente muy normal y casual, porque ese tipo de conversación es muy fácil para convertir tu habilidad para comunicar más fluide y sí, entonces mi consejo es aprender muchos de vocabulario para darte más de fundación, foundation y preparar tu habilidad para escuchar otras personas, porque si no puedes entender otras personas, es muy difícil para tener una conversación más normal cuando necesitas visitar otros países. Entonces es muy importante para tener una habilidad para escuchar muy fluido, porque la primera vez que tengas un problema con tu habilidad para escuchar a otra persona es muy interesante. Yeah. Por ejemplo, cuando expresa un poco. Es mi novia. Ok. Sí, entonces, ¿dónde eres? Por ejemplo, ¿estás en Estados Unidos o en México o cuál país? Porque es muy... Hay muchos países que también hablan español, por ejemplo, Colombia y... I'm impressed. This is amazing, my friend. For what exactly? Oh, ok. Entonces tu pregunta es que, ok, vocabulario es la más importante, especialmente México. Ok. Ah, ok. Recientemente visité. ¿Qué es el lugar en México que visité? Estoy en un barco. Barcos, no, boats. Mi vocabulario es que falta. Do you share metaphor in Spanish? Okay. So if you're using Lingq, vocabulary, listen a lot to the point you understand other people, and then you just increase your speed of speaking. Talk to yourself. Yeah, it's okay. Vocabulario. Escuchar mucho de contento, especialmente podcasts, cuando hay dos personas, porque ese ambiente es más bueno por tu situación, porque si es solo una persona es más difícil porque hay distintas de vocabulario que existen en este tipo de video. Hay muchos lacking, falta de vocabulario diario. Sí, entonces, vocabulario, escuchas y si tengas bastante dólares para asistir a una clase con otra persona online, en línea, es muy beneficial por tu caso. Sí, Preply, you can already see my tab with Preply. I use Preply only. I used to use italki, but the thing is, italki is more expensive nowadays because they have less and less new teachers and the prices will increase. So I use Preply for everything. So I have 5 teachers actually. Pagas con profesores de lengua. Okay. ¿En Preply o a donde cuál sitio web? Because I have a Chinese teacher. This is my Spanish teacher. I've been with the Spanish teachers for almost 2 years. And then I have Vietnamese, and then I have Cantonese tonight. Oh, and I have Korean as well. So I have 5 different teachers for 5 different languages. So this is pretty much where I start the speaking portion. Yes, in Preply. Okay. Yeah, Preply is mas barrio, no? How many hours per week are you enough to improve my speaking skills? The more the better, but I guess at least 1 hour. Like if you're attending Preply, right, 1 hour a week, that'll give you basic improvement. But if you want massive improvement 3 times a week, if you can do it every day, cool. But I think 3 is like max. 1 minimum, 3 max. Yeah, on Preply. If you use Preply, it's $3 or about 21 renminbi. Because I know you're in China for so long, you know renminbi already. Four hours per week is recommended. Yeah, 4 hours a week, exactly. I personally only did 1 hour a week, but sometimes I did 3 hours just for fun, or because on Preply, if you give up on the teacher, then you can always just convert that class to another teacher, give it to another teacher. So that's what I do. So 1 to 4 hours, like this guy says. What's the best approach we can use with the tutor on Preply? You just want me to live stream my next class? I can ask my teacher. Because all I honestly do is just treat them like a therapist. They're like a therapist, and then they just listen to everything you say. Or you can ask them, get you a topic, you talk about randomly. Because it's better if you don't come up with a topic and they choose a topic, because if you choose it, you already prepared early, and that's cheating. So the thing is, if they choose it, then you already have the spontaneous situation that, okay, I need to adapt to this new situation, and now I have to learn new words. So that's where the improvement happens, when they choose the topic and you don't. You can just tell them, choose the topic and let's talk about anything. Like that's if you're advanced and your listening's good. But if you're like intermediate beginner, then you have to do more listening practice. I mean, because without listening practice, you're gonna have problems. By the way, like, gone was my Spanish like understandable? Because I just talking, because I'm not really thinking. How many words did you shoot for in Spanish on Lingq before you started talking with a tutor? I started at 30,000, and I realized 30,000 is enough. I think I claimed on my 3-hour Chinese videos that you need advanced 2 multiplied by 2. So, for example, if Spanish is 30,000, then actually I should have the charts. Let me look. I should have all these charts. I'm gonna look for it real quick. Okay, I have it right here. Oh, the image is somewhere in my, because I have multiple screens, so I can't really locate that screen right now. Oh, really? It's not here. I have way too many monitors. Oop. Okay. So, for example, this is like the chart that we had. I think this was the second most updated, because I think now they have new updated pictures. So if I did Spanish for, okay, the goal is 40,000, right? Like when I first started, I went for 30,000 and then advanced to 40,000, because getting to 40,000 is actually hard in Spanish, because once you get to this level, the chances of finding new words is pretty hard unless you're reading like very specialized words. But I started at 30 or 40,000, and then when I talked to the teacher, I realized I still lacked vocabulary. So once I pushed it to 60,000, okay, I pretty much had enough vocabulary to that I can understand most contexts, because there's always gonna be that one word like butterfly, floss, toothpaste, right? Those kind of things. Okay, toothpaste is common in the real world, but in the language learning world, it's not as common because you're learning everything online. Unless you tell a person, I woke up, I squeezed the toothpaste, I brushed my teeth, right? That's the only time. People say that Spanish is one of the easiest languages to learn, but it seems complicated when speaking because it's distinguished between masculine and feminine. Now, that's that's the only if that's the only obstacle, that's the easiest. Just wait until you see German and Russian. Those are disgusting. But Spanish is easy. My opinion, the easiest. Probably, I think Italian is the easiest. But I'm not even speaking, so all I can say from the current level I'm at, Spanish is the easiest. It's really I studied Spanish since high school, but I was pretty terrible at it. So I almost failed it, and that pretty much led me to becoming what I am today. And that's why I'm talking to you guys because of a teacher almost failing me in Spanish. So redemption. But yeah, Spanish is pretty easy for an English speaker. So you speak English. The only thing hard about Spanish is the speed of when the native speaker talks. It's so rapid, so you have to pretty much train your ears to adapt to that speed. The masculine and feminine, you'll get used to it very fast. Yeah, because for example, there's like 6 forms of a word, and then you pretty much only have to use 3. You can use the I and we and you, and sometimes them, but you're really not going to use that many forms of the word. Sometimes, depending. Let's see. Actually, for 30,000, when I can. I think at least 30,000 is where I start. My English is currently at a IELTS of 5.5. I don't know what that means. I don't know. I don't take any tests. I just started on Lingq, and my only thing about the world is on Lingq. But I know it goes up to 10, right? So I'm guessing that's 55% somewhat. Honestly, that's probably better than like if I do other languages. Because honestly, if you can understand what everything I'm saying, I think you're pretty fine. Like, yeah, the real test is you being thrown into a foreign country. I think that's the real test. Like these tests, they're not really good exams to tell what your real level. Your real level is if you've been thrown into the country. Like they threw myself in Taiwan last month. I was not able to understand everything, sure, except I was not able to read all the menu because it's all ingredients I never heard of. Okay, so you're pretty good. Like if I throw you into Australia or America and you survive, then that means you're pretty much like B2 and C1 automatically. Yeah, as long as you can do everything in the foreign country, then yeah. I forget what I was like gonna do. All right, I was gonna do some vocabulary. Oh, okay. I was bringing it to a lot of experience in real life. I don't have any recordings. I'm busy doing it. I'm not one of the bloggers C1 English, but my speaking skill is horrible. So that means your listening is C1. It's fine. Usually the best way to distinguish is you're C1 in listening, but you're probably B1 in speaking. Sure. If they ask you what's your level, are you B1, C1? So the best way is to mix the listening and speaking, and you can guess from there. So I don't know, God, you heard my question before. Like, were you able to understand anything in my Spanish? You can just say yes or no, and I'll just be happy. I'm just very curious because I went to Mexico. I talked with some people, but I just don't know how they generally view me when I speak. If you understand me, that's all I care about. But Taiwan is very nice. Okay, to be fair, not everyone speaks English in Taiwan, and that was pretty much okay for my case. But for my partner, it was pretty hard for her. So the only thing I spoke English was at the hotel. So everything else after that, I met friends, I made new friends, I talked with locals, and I learned more about Taiwan. But it's hot as hell there. Did you reach a stage of frustration during your journey learning Chinese? Oh, frustration is every day, honestly. The frustration is when you don't understand what the other person's saying. Because when you're learning, you don't understand what they're saying, you get frustrated right away. You don't really reach true comfort until like 10 years later when the brain is solidified in your head You heard every single case possible in the language. So you're struggling every day, but that's technically the fun part is the pain, because you go through the pain and then you feel better. See, so I get frustrated every day. You should hear my story when I listen for like 8 hours a day. Yeah, that was painful. That's frustration. Oh, not 10, 8. 8 horas para cada día. Yeah, I listened 8 hours a day during my Mandarin journey. So I had these earbuds. I don't know if I have my earbuds in my room. I pretty much don't use them anymore because I stopped that challenge because I reached my goal. I hit 10,000 hours of listening. I can actually show you. If you ever heard of Lingq, they actually keep track of all your stats. I reached 10,000 hours last year. 8 hours split consistently. Actually, I had a timer on my phone, and every time I had an audio on, I turn on the timer, and it will just play. So I reached 10,200 hours up to now. So this is just plain. I keep the earbuds on, but make sure I sit down in this chair and I listen and watch YouTube with language reacts and study exactly. No, not a lot of money. I don't for money wise, not really. Earbuds, no. I'm too normal. I don't have I only have like one or two people in the stream because I'm not big on the internet. Same thing right now, as in you have YouTube. Sorry, you have audio earbuds in your ears right now because it really hurts long term. It feels really painful. I give you credits. Yeah. When I did 8 hours a day for 4 years straight. So every day for 4 years. You can't imagine how many days that was. Shoot, man. I didn't miss a single day. So I did 1,460 days of 8 hour listenings. Oh, thank you. I know you were there 6 months ago and you told me about you watched the video and everything. And I was helping you 6 months ago. It's a lot. That's why after all that hours, I honestly don't recommend it. It's actually pretty useless if you don't have like the transcript and the audio together. If you're just listening, just to listen. The only thing you're gaining from it is you're adapting to the speed of the language, and that does help. But you don't need that much listening because most of the time you're not even paying attention, and it's probably stuff you don't really care about because you hear about it so many times somewhere. If it's music, then sure, but if it's random stuff, oh man, I played random stuff. Honestly, I don't recommend it, but it does help a lot though. So I give it that. You can use that time to do something better, like listen to music and actually make your brain less stressed. No, I don't study grammar. Okay, grammar is technically you just get few words, you put them together, and it creates meaning, and then they're just rules. Because if I say, I like food, right? So the only grammar, there's not really much grammar there because you have. Honestly, I don't even know what exactly is grammar. Because you just put words together, it creates meaning, and other people understand it. Like the more words you put together, the more educated you sound. Like I like food because I want to eat more, something like that. Then other people say, "Wow, this guy talks more and more. He sounds more educated, or he sounds more natural." Right? It's better than saying, "I like food. I like food because," and then explain. Then see. So I don't study grammar. I never study grammar, but I think when it comes to so Korean and Japanese, you probably have to do a little bit of it, but it's pretty challenging to be honest. Exactly. Yeah. It's exactly that case. Did you have any other channels, or did you learn only from? No, to be honest, I never listened to Dashu Mandarin at all. I never listened to them. I can check. I can actually check what I listen to. Honestly, my recommendation was dramas. I think I did dramas. I guess Mandarin Corner is a good one. Good intermediate. Let's see what else is there. Honestly, just grab whatever Chinese. There's no specific, but I watch a lot of Chinese dramas. The Chinese dramas is pretty much your goal or some kind of podcast. Yeah, you can. Where's the history button? All right, I don't know where the history button is. Let me expand this. Does it show now? Weird. Can you share some interesting channels for us to watch? Oh, there's the history. There's actually a channel that has all the Chinese dramas. If I can find it, sure. It's whatever you like. The only thing I watch in Chinese is romance dramas because that's apparently all I'm interested in. Interested as in I don't want to stop. I don't want to stop. I think this channel has almost all Chinese subtitles. Yes, they have so many subtitles here. Oh, Chinese, but all I can say is Mandarin Corners one. I can go back to my past and see what else I listened to. I listened to a lot of Chinese dramas. I think Mandarin Corner is pretty good. Yeah, I think I listen to mostly Mandarin Corner. The more I think about it, you can do a lot with Mandarin Corner. No, okay. Comprehensible input is the ability to understand what you're listening to. So how do you even get to be comprehensible? You learn the vocabulary beforehand. So my strategy, if you watch my 3-hour video, was I learned all the vocab. I spent the first 10,000 words. I studied 10,000 words, and then I started listening, and I increased the word count from there. So the question you're asking me is, it'll be better if you were to watch my video on the 10,000 hours. Everyone says it's pretty useful because I don't bluff or anything. I say all straight facts for 3 hours straight. Every single blood, sweat, and tears about Mandarin. Other YouTubers, they'll tell you straightforward things and they'll advertise some kind of product, but since I'm just a normal guy that no one really cares about, so I can pretty much say whatever I want as long as I don't use some copyrighted video. So when I first started, I hyper focus on vocabulary. So for example, I use Lingq to learn vocabulary and then YouTube to learn the listening comprehension. So when I first started back in the day, they didn't have comprehensible input. So 4 years ago, that concept is new. And when I first started, they only had like old history stuff. So back in 2022 when I started, I started 2021. So 2021, so 7,000 words. And then you have to pretty much learn audio that have about the equivalent of your level. So back then I had no idea how to do this because everything was incomprehensible to me. So I pretty much just hardcore read very hard, and I learned at least 100 words every single day, so that every month or two I learned 3,000, and it just increases. So short explanation: the more words you know, the faster the efficiency to learn the language, and the more you listen to stuff you understand. That's real progress. If you learn words, your progress never happens. It stays in one place, but once you listen, it starts moving. The only role of words is to help you go faster. So I didn't listen 100% comprehensible input. back then I had about 60 or 70, and I only focused on finding those 60 or 70 words that I already have. I only focus on those words that when I listen, I'm only finding those words. Everything I did not know, like if I see the character and I don't recognize it, I ignore that. And your brain can really filter out which words you do and don't know. So Mandarin Chinese, the problem is that you need to know the word first before you even have a chance to even do anything. But nowadays, they have comprehensible input everything. You can look up Chinese comprehensible input and you'll automatically get that type of video no matter where you are. So if I do Chinese comprehensible input, but you do HSK1, there always going to be some kind of video that has Chinese subtitles, and you can learn from there. Sure, you could do that. Or you could find a more realistic person so that's more entertaining, interactive.
聊天，你
Because back then they didn't have this, but now they do, which makes this a god blessing to learners today. So your rate of learning can be a lot faster now. If you download Language Reactor, if you're new to it, Language Reactor allows you to have the ability to get the subtitles and your translated language, and when you hover over it, you get instant translation, like 0.1 second translation. This is key because back then you have to use a dictionary, and that takes about 1 minute to find each word, right? So if you do have something like this that instantly translates in 0.1 second, your efficiency is like 100 times faster. So now you have the ability to look up all comprehensible input that exists, and you have the ability to translate words instantly. So it's a god blessing.
你需要做的就是暂停。
And if you want to go from beginner to intermediate, my recommendation is you just increase the speed of the video to like 1.3 something, and that's automatically intermediate level.
暂停视频，然后说自我。
But yeah. I actually had to call the stream short. I actually been streaming for 4 hours. So I'll stream it. I'm here every day. I'm actually been streaming every day, but if you would like to catch me in the stream again, I created a Discord recently about this, and if you'd like to join my Discord, just so you know where I'm at, so you go to my channel and there's like a Discord link. I think I can't even paste the Discord link on here. So, oh, in your time it's 10 p.m. Sometimes I do it at your morning because I might have a morning stream and a night stream because all my free time is language learning. So I'm always going to be here. The only difference is now I'm live streaming it. So that's how I'm able to do all these languages. So you want to know, I have a Discord, so people just come and know when I'm streaming. It's very consistent so far because I just started like a few days ago. It's usually like 7 a.m. Pacific or 10 p.m. your time, Mexico, same time. So yeah. So just join my Discord if you want, or you just come back around this time. Sure, we'll see. And yeah, any more questions? Otherwise, I'll just call it quits. Good to see you again, man. Because 6 months ago you were asking questions. 2 p.m. 2:36 p.m. Okay, so it's gonna be like your 9 a.m. usually for Gone. If you like to join, because the only thing you'll get from the stream is you can ask any questions from a guy who just struggled like a lot. I didn't waste time, but I spent thousands of hours. And now I'm just striving to to learn 10 languages. My opinion is doable because technically the ultimate goal is to learn like 20 or more, right? Because it's doable. You just need a really good system to increase your speed for learning vocabulary, because vocabulary is the thing that holds you back the most. So yeah, my recommendation, if you really care about learning Mandarin, I recommend this 10,000 hour video. It's super useful. My opinion, I listened to it 10 times, and it's me, but I treat it like I'm a different person because it's actually pretty useful. My opinion. If you don't like it, then don't watch it. But I'm glad you can join, John, and dame una oportunidad para hablar español más contigo. Espero que, pero yeah, but you get what you get, right? All right, but thank you guys. I'm gonna end it here. Does that mean you watch the same video repeatedly for 8 hours? Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. Sí, podemos afectar español. Okay, mi pregunta es que immersion, hello. Pero la pregunta es que me entiendes o no, porque esta es mi pregunta que pregunté mucho veces, pero okay. Hopefully I can see you guys another time. But I'm now. Thank you.